Hi there, everyone. Welcome. It is now 4:06. Happily meeting with you all here. This is the joint meeting of the Palm Desert City Council Successor Agency to the Palm Desert Redevelopment Agency, Palm Desert Housing Authority, and Palm Desert Board of Library Trustees pursuant to a Senate Bill, Assembly Bill 2449. This meeting may be conducted as a hybrid meeting, allowing public access via teleconference or in person, and up to 2 council members may attend remotely. Today again is Thursday, August 22nd. Do we have any, would you please read the instructions for online participation?
Certainly. For those on Zoom, if you want to participate in public comment, please click the raise hand button on your computer or smartphone. If you're calling in on your phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can we have sorry, folks, it has been quite the day. So we've had the call to order. Do we have any action from closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. We had 3 items on the closed session agenda today. For items 1 and 2, there's no reportable action. And for item 3, I'll go ahead and refer to the city clerk.
Certainly. And city clerk's reporting that the council directed staff to prepare a 1-year extension of the agreement for city attorney services. And that will appear on your next agenda.
Can we have the roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Nistandi.
Here.
Councilmember Truby. Here. Mayor Quintanilla.
Present.
All councils present.
Now we move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand and repeat after me and stand if you are able.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our inspiration for this meeting will be led by Mayor Pro Tem Harnick.
Thank you. I think that I'm not sure I ever heard the Pledge of Allegiance in this room that loud. So that was inspirational. I want to read something from Learned Hand, and Learned Hand is a very well-known judge from the 18th or 20th century. And he sat on for more than 50 years on different courts, and he's thought of as by many to be the most influential judge in America. If you get a chance, read about Learned Hand. The following quote certainly provides guidance as we go forward this afternoon. Liberty lies in the hearts of men and women. When it dies there, no constitution, no law, no court can save it. The spirit of liberty is in the spirit which is not too sure that it is right. The spirit of liberty is a spirit which seeks to understand the minds of other men and women. The spirit of liberty is a spirit which weighs their interests alongside its own without bias. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Now, let's see, do we have the report of closed session? We have done that. Item number 9, awards, presentations, and appointments. Who will be coming first? Presentation. Who will bring forth the first presentation?
The first presentation is a proclamation for Fine Food Bank Hunger Action Month.
Do we have a representative from the Fine Food Bank? Absolutely. Whereas Fine Food Bank partnered with the 200 Feeding America food banks across the country for the annual nationwide campaign to raise awareness and take action to fight hunger in the United States in the month of September. And whereas Fine Food Bank helped feed 150,000 people each month struggling to make ends meet, providing essential nourishment to our community members in need, and making all efforts to provide food for pets, recognizing that pets can be part of the family, reducing the number of animals that end up in shelters. And whereas addressing the food insecurity needs of children, seniors, veterans, and all community members is fundamental to fostering a healthy and thriving society and recognizing that access to food is a human right. And whereas more than 44 million people in the United States face hunger, including 1 in 5 children, highlights the urgent need for collective action and support. And whereas Fine Food Bank became the primary food bank during COVID-19 pandemic, changing their model for food distribution to thousands of families and individuals in one of the most challenging times that we've endured as a community. Whereas the City of Palm Desert recognizes the importance of equity and inclusion in addressing food insecurity, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of background, have the access to nutritious food and treated with dignity and respect. Whereas the City of Palm Desert and its employees have been longtime supporters of the Fine Food Bank, actively participating in efforts to combat hunger and raise awareness of this critical issue. And whereas the City of Palm Desert brings awareness to Hunger Action Month by lighting up City Hall in the color orange for the month of September, symbolizing our commitment to the fight against hunger. Now therefore, I, Karina Quintanilla, along with the entire City Council of the City of Palm Desert, California, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2024 to be Hunger Action Month. Let's do a picture. Do you mind if I do a picture?
If you wouldn't mind. Well, one, I'd like to say thank you so much, Mayor and City Council members, city staff. Thank you so much for always being there for Fine Food Bank. We've had many, many years and decades of partnership in ensuring that the people that are in our community who are suffering from food insecurity know that it's not just Fine Food Bank that they can count on, but it's their cities, it's their elected officials, it's their neighbors, it's their community around them that they can count on to help them make it through some really tough times. I've handed out to the city council members a fact sheet and data kind of the state of the city with regards to hunger. Just a couple of those facts that I think would be great for everybody to be aware of, everybody that's here today, people that are listening, city council members. Right now, we are still battling food insecurity. The last data sets that Feeding America did, which is one of the broadest, sweeping, and most comprehensive studies on food insecurity in the United States, has isolated it down to zip codes and Census Bureau tracts. And from that, we can see that the City of Palm Desert still has about 12.1% as of 2022 of people that are food insecure, which is the most current data. For all of us, it's important for us to work together to make sure that we can close that meal gap so that nobody is wondering where their next meals are coming from. For Fine Food Bank and the service that we're doing with the city and in partnership with the city, we have served over 15,000 people in a year directly through Fine Food Bank's mobile pantries. And when you take into account the other 11 partnering agencies that Find Food Bank provides food to, we get up to another 18,000 people on top of that we're serving all together. We've increased programs that are specifically for seniors because we know that we have a lot of seniors that are struggling for food insecurity in Palm Desert. And we've also included now things like SB 1383, where we're partnering together in ensuring that food that would have typically gone to landfill is now coming over to Find Food Bank and our agencies to make sure that it is getting redistributed to the people that are in need and not going to waste. So I really hope that you look at those fact sheets and really understand just the great work that we've been doing together and for many years and hopefully for many years to come. And I want to give a great shout out because I know our friends from Palm Springs Life are here that also do Palm Desert Food and Wine. We are the receiving beneficiary of that event. And so it's going to be great to be able to hear the results from that. But that is a huge marker too, as well, with regards to the partnership that we have here in Palm Desert, is to make sure that the largest food and wine event that ties so well into hunger and food and people enjoying food together, everybody can be incorporated into that in some sort of way. So really appreciate the proclamation. Thank you for lighting up in orange. Thank you for the staff wearing orange on Hunger Action Day in the month of September. And we look forward for many years of good partnership to come. Thank you.
I also know that in the past, we have had a food drop off from our staff, so I'm hoping that we can have the opportunity to have that continue this year specifically for Find Food Bank. Thank you.
Debbie, what day is Action Day for? Thank you.
Now we move on to item 9B, the presentation for Fashion Week and the oh my goodness, I'm really having a good one today. Food and Wine recap. Can we please have Palm Springs Life come forward?
And I'm going to bring up a video. Just give me 1 second.
Each spring, foodies unite at Palm Desert Food and Wine, presented by Agua Caliente Casinos. This festival has grown to become a critically acclaimed premier culinary event in Southern California, showcasing some of the nation's most prominent Epicurean influencers, chefs, vintners, and brewmasters. More than 6,000 attendees savor food and wine tastings from over 50 restaurants and over 75 wineries, spirit distillers, and craft breweries, with cooking demonstrations from 20 local and celebrity chefs. The festival starts with a 4-course gourmet luncheon benefiting the James Beard Foundation and Find Food Bank.
Let's talk about the cheese, which is the star of the show here. This is a Wisconsin burrata, and it's absolutely world class.
Next is our 2019 Alexander Valley Cabernet Sauvignon.
Palm Desert, how you guys doing? The beef we're having today, so we're having surf and turf. We're having, oh, it's coming out right now. Look at that, fabulous. California filet mignon. This is a Maine lobster tail. It's never seen a tank. And is it not the most succulent lobster you've ever tasted? I mean, what is better than that? Remember? Thank you guys, appreciate you, thank you very much.
The 2-day grand tasting takes place on Saturday and Sunday, an extraordinary opportunity for attendees to taste and learn up close and personal with sponsors, vintners, and chefs across 6 spacious venues. Along with an ever-evolving schedule of activities, including pre-food and wine events, Palm Desert Food and Wine features a standout roster of award-winning celebrity chefs who hold cooking demonstrations across multiple stages.
Now, has anyone worked with gelatin leaves before? No, wow, you haven't lived, because these are amazing.
So today we're gonna make Indian hush puppies. This is Szechuan peppercorns. When you bite into them, they numb your tongue. and there's this almost electric buzz.
More than half of attendees visit from outside of the Coachella Valley, with many visiting this area primarily to attend the event. Participation in this event continues to climb, with attendees typically enjoying above-average household incomes. Brands that partner with Palm Desert Food and Wine, such as Agua Caliente Casinos, Lucid, California Date Commission, and the City of Palm Desert connect with affluent discretionary spenders. This year, economic impact to Greater Palm Desert was estimated to be nearly $2 million. And as Palm Desert Food and Wine continues to grow, so does the exposure for our brand partners. Palm Desert Food and Wine, presented by Agua Caliente Casinos. More information can be found at palmdesertfoodandwine.com.
Do we have anyone here representing Palm Springs Life?
There's one more video.
Fashion Week El Paseo. Each spring, crowds gather in Palm Desert, California for the largest consumer fashion week on the West Coast. 2024 was another year of very strong attendance. More than 7,000 people enjoyed 8 runway shows, featuring both emerging and star-studded couture designers, including Max Mara, Cynthia Rowley, Simon Ungles, and Scooter LaForge, just to name a few. Beyond the runway, Fashion Week El Paseo serves up pre-show parties and pop-up shops, plus VIP events, attracting a loyal following. With attendees from all over the US, Canada, and overseas, over half of all attendees arrive from outside the Coachella Valley, and more than 35% of all guests visit the desert just for this event. Sponsors that partner with Fashion Week El Paseo, such as City of Palm Desert, Agua Caliente Casinos, Bentley Rancho Mirage, El Paseo, House of Suntory, and more, connect with affluent discretionary spenders. This year, economic impact to Greater Palm Desert was estimated to be over $2 million. Attendees spend in shops, hotels, and restaurants during their visit to the area. Sponsorship of this event is an excellent opportunity to showcase your brand. Global media coverage in print, social media, and more generates over 17 million media impressions. Fashion Week El Paseo is a fashion institution that continues to grow in both attendance and media exposure. There has never been a better moment to become part of the glitz, glamour, and opportunity that is Fashion Week El Paseo. Much more information can be found at our website, fashionweekelpaseo.com.
We've got Paulina and +1.
Yeah, you have 2 of us up here. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Thank you very much for having us today. As we do every year, we like to come and provide you with a recap of 2 of your signature events, Fashion Week El Paseo and Palm Desert Food and Wine. We thought we'd share with you and open up with our videos. These are videos that we put together after we compile our very comprehensive report, which I believe we delivered to you. I'm happy to take you through it, or I can answer any questions. I know you have a long agenda, so you tell me how you'd like to proceed, and I'm ready.
Do we have any questions or comments?
I would just say thank you for a wonderful 2 events, and it really puts Palm Desert on the map. And thank you for you and Palm Springs Life for doing such a great job for our city.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Truby.
All right. Thank you for the presentation and congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm kind of a newbie. I don't operate in the fashion world. Yeah.
I think we have lots of questions, and I think this is really an important event for Palm Desert and everyone here. And I know we have a long agenda, but that's what we do.
Yeah.
I think it's important that you go through it so that we all have as great an understanding as possible of what this is about.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. So this year was our 17th annual event, and of course, it's held in Palm Desert. This year on the Fashion Week side, we were really excited because we were able to create 34 experiences. These included ticketed events as well as free events. Those included, of course, the runway shows that you saw in the video, also pre-receptions, trunk shows, meet and greets, and also a student night for Coachella Valley students all over to come in and experience Fashion Week and get a behind the scenes of what it could be like to have a career in fashion. We also worked with El Paseo, which is, of course, such a critical part of Palm Desert and really another competitive advantage into what the city has to offer. And we were able to work with each merchant and produce 143 in-store events during El Paseo. And that was working with 33 individual merchants on the street across categories, whether it was an art gallery, a retail store, a restaurant and such. So that's really great because we utilize the El Paseo merchants to help further expand and activate. We don't just want to drive them to the tent, we want to drive them to the street and get sales and conversions and such. Our total attendance this year is up over last year. So we're really excited. Obviously, coming off COVID, we've been building and we still continue to build. So our attendance is up, and so we're really happy about that. We were also able to partner with various charities, AAP, BAM, DAP, Girlfriend Factor, and our charity partners and as Fine Food Bank as well on the food and wine side. They're so important to us because not only do we give them an opportunity to raise money, but we also help them promote themselves and they help promote the city and they help promote the event. So it's a mutually beneficial relationship and it's something that's really critical to the event. As you saw on the screen, the geographical composition of our attendees is critical. So on the Fashion Week side, 53% continue to come from out of the market and 47% are from the in-market. We are able to pull these data points because every single ticket that's issued, we pull the data from in terms of a credit card transaction. So we did have attendees from a lot of states included, I think it was over 15 states from across the United States. But the top 4 regions that we pulled are LA, San Diego, and Orange County. It's not a surprise to us because those are the markets that we go after when we're actively promoting the event. The demographics, of course, are really strong. We want to bring people into our community as visitors who have spending power and who also have the ability and intent to spend. So we continue to have a very strong demographic in our attendees, which is critical.
Did one of the slides, I think it said that they chose not to respond. Was it that one, the income and age? Or which one was it where people had chosen?
We give that option to all of them. So we have an open-ended survey. So because of the data we collect, we also have their email addresses. And at the conclusion of the event, we do e-blast everybody asking them to be part of the survey. All questions are optional. So at any point, they could say, I prefer not to answer. But the data points that we use are from the survey as well as from our credit card transactions.
And how many people responded to the survey?
So our surveys for both Fashion Week and Food and Wine, it was 500 people, which in our opinion is a really excellent sample to explore data from. And so in the platform that we utilize is SurveyMonkey, and then it's a quick 10 questions for each event.
Thank you.
In terms of media and marketing and promotional value, which is really the crux of what we do, the economic impact is certainly important. And that's one figure that we're really proud of and we always want to report back. But the other one is the media and marketing promotional value. As you know from your budgeting, the city can allocate so much to marketing and media, but these events happen organically in terms of the talent that we select and what we're able to leverage. You saw Curtis Stone, you saw Tyler Florence, you saw designers like Max Mara. All of them have huge marketing and PR engines behind them. And so they endorse our destination, right? They endorse Palm Desert. And they also, what they do is that they pull from the markets that they're very present in. And again, trying to drive that traffic and drive that revenue to the city of Palm Desert. So, all in all, the total value of the media and marketing promotional value for Fashion Week was over, it was almost 1.5 million, resulting in 17 million impressions. And those are impressions that you really almost can't pay for. They have to come with this sort of element of events, talent, and so forth. So we're really
How much of the percentage of your impressions were they generated by Palm Springs Live, and how much of that was entirely organic through external social media? Not just for our high profile individuals, but just were they influencers, or how do we look at the external market and influencers per se?
Yeah, no, that's a really great question, because there is media placement, and then there's obviously the organic social media, and then the relationship. So with us, 99% of our social media is organic. We don't really pay influencers. We have partners that do, and we host them. Where we spend and we invest the dollars in are in top talent. And so that's why the designers are critical to our operation, as are our celebrity chefs and are as the models. They serve like those influencers, even though they're not. But we get more bang for our buck if we do that. And in negotiating with all of them, we require them to promote leading up to the event, during the event, and post the event that, hey, I'm coming to Palm Desert. Hey, I'm on Palm Desert. And when you get a guy like Curtis Stone who does that, or you get, someone like Ari who comes and really just talks about Palm Desert and the landscape and everything that they love to do, those things for us seem to make more sense in terms of what we see from a return on investment on the media and marketing. But that's a really great question. The other elements that are really critical, as we sort of mentioned a little bit earlier, is the survey responses. Our team takes those really seriously in terms of planning next year's event, what kind of programming we'd like to see, what kind of talent we would like to bring, how we expand the footprint of the event. This year for the 12th annual Palm Desert Food and Wine event, and if you've been to that event, we're bursting at the seams, which is really great because a lot of people really enjoy it. Talent, the word is out on the street that, before we used to kind of beg the chefs to come. Now chefs are like, wow, we're interested. We want to come out to Palm Desert because of the infrastructure and because of the excitement. So this year we had 45 culinary experiences that we were able to activate on. And those included chef demonstrations, book signings, tastings, celebrity chef dinners, brunches, and celebrity chef receptions where people were able to meet and greet, important celebrity chefs, but we were also able to promote our local chefs because our local is really important. And, just recently we've known that there's been an influx of celebrity chefs who's wanting to open businesses in the community. So I think that really speaks to our goal in positioning this destination also as a culinary hub. And the other exciting element about Food and Wine itself is partnering with great nonprofits like Fine Food Bank and Helping Food Insecurity and the James Beard Foundation, where they work on a national level to really help those in the restaurant industry across all categories. So these are events that we were, again, really, really, really proud to produce, and we get that data from our surveys. The demographic for both of these events, again, continues to be really strong. And I think that is a function of the talent and all of the marketing and promotions that we do. So, we're really incredibly thankful that you see the value in this event in terms of what it does for the businesses here from an economic impact, but also what it does for our destination. When the visitor comes here, they're able to really see the world-class destination, the world-class city that you have. You look at the McCallum, the Living Desert, all the merchants on the street of El Paseo, and it's really an incredible place that they get to experience as a result of drawing them in through these events and different initiatives that the city participates in. So we're just really happy that we're able to produce this with all of you and that we get to share these findings with you as well.
Any more questions? Yes.
All right, thank you for the presentation. It's a wonderful event. Love attending it every year. When I go through the editorial and public relations numbers, it looks like it's still primarily what you would consider maybe a regional event.
Yeah, I mean, most food and wine events, I would say that we're known probably, nationally, but yeah, most of our pool, most of our marketing is regional because we know that our dollars can only go so far in marketing and promotion, and it's the chefs that really help us get that far.
And just spitballing and
Yeah.
whatever. What does it take to get a show or the Fashion Week or the Food and Wine Festival up to the next level where it's on a par with like the Milan fashion shows or New York or whatever? Or is that even something that's on anybody's radar?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. I would say that it's all a function of money.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a function of money. And reason being because, I mean, production cost, talent cost, bringing people here, coordinating all of that. It is really, and we're up against, coming off COVID where prices have significantly increased across the board. So it is all a function of money. Even designers, even chefs, I mean, they've gone through this, they're coming back, but it is always a function of that.
I have received a few other questions from residents. That's pretty
Sure.
much where my questions have come from. One, from one of our business owners asked if for the next presentation, if there could be numbers in addition to the percentages.
Oh,
He
sure.
had a great quote. He says, "I can't take percentages to the bank." So I thought that would be helpful as we get people that are asking about the participation. And how do you calculate, for our folks watching and scrutinizing, how do you calculate the return on investment?
We use the economic impact. That is really the figure that we can present to you. And the economic formula is something that we use utilizing data from Visit Greater Palm Springs. And actually, our numbers are incredibly conservative. So the visitor spending per day, according to the 2023 Tourism Economic Impact Study report conducted by Greater Palm Springs, is $513. That's how much a person visiting the area spends each day that they're here for their lodging, food and beverage, and transportation. This figure, however, leaves out entertainment and any ticketed events. So therefore, it's a really not accurate figure for someone who's coming out of the area and attending Fashion Week because it doesn't include tickets to Food and Wine or Fashion Week. And just our average transaction alone is about $300. So the number that you see on the report is the out-of-market number times the visitor spending. And that's the figure that we're presenting to you today. I say it's conservative because I'm not including what the local person is spending. And as you see, it's a significant number of local residents who also attend the event and purchase tickets. So that's completely excluded from the economic impact because we always like to have conservative figures. We also know that one of the questions that we asked in our survey is, do they dine out while when they're attending our events? And so that's also another figure that we don't include in there. But that's really the makeup of the economic impact and the ROI that we can present to you. And again, we leverage this data points from Visit Greater Palm Springs. They have the resources to conduct very sophisticated studies in terms of what the visitor means for our destination.
And the last request, this one was a request and not a question. This is a local business owner who felt that it would be potentially much more beneficial to have the event in October per se. And I know everything's been said and everyone's expecting, but the concern was that that's the time of high season, and they would prefer that it happen at a time when people are just starting to come back and our weather is great. So again, passing along the questions and comments from our communities.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up. We do strategically place the event in March because of two events that are taking place in the middle of ours, and that's the BNP Paribas Open that draws in an international audience and the golf tournament that happens after Fashion Week. So The reason why we do that is because we want to extend the visitor stay here. So if they're coming from if they're coming from other countries and they find out that there's another event, like a culinary event or a fashion event, they will extend their stay, which helps us all. It's really hard to produce events in the off season. And it's hard for them to make financial sense because of the same, people are not here yet. It's not the peak of tourism. And so for us, we want to be able to keep people here. And one of our questions in our survey, I believe, is, did you extend your stay as a result of learning about Fashion Week and Food and Wine? And I think we had a really high percentage on both of them state yes. And so for us, that kind of keeps us on that path of wanting to have that event. Now, that doesn't mean that we can do smaller experiences leading up to the major events, but we do feel that your monies and our partners' monies and our investments are probably better spent, in that March timeframe.
I love the questions, and one last one that popped up where you asked, did you travel specifically for that? Maybe for the future, say, did you stay for another event and extend? They
Yeah.
can't just stay for the extra weekend, or if I didn't catch that one right now, because it says, do you plan on attending next year? Is this your first? Did you stay and shop? But I think that I don't know.
Yeah. So we did ask, did you travel here specifically for our events? If you answered yes, did you add days on either end to make your stay in Palm Desert longer? But yes, we can get as detailed as we can definitely add to that.
That way we can ensure that we tell folks you are getting as much bang for your buck when the city is investing in some of these things, because it's not just a one-time thing. They're extension for another event, and that increases that per person spending. Any other questions or comments? All right. Well, thank you so much. I
No,
appreciate
thank you all
being
very
here.
much.
Best of health and safety in your delivery and
Thank you.
recovery.
I think I'm going to go to the hospital right after this. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Hasta pronto. Now we have item 9C, update on the Palm Desert iHub. Who will be presenting?
Dr. Bonillas. The big button. The biggest one. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Dr. Ezekiel Bonillas. I'm part of the faculty over at the School of Entrepreneurship at Cal State San Bernardino. So I'm here to talk a little bit about the iHub and give you a quick update. Just to give you a quick history of the timeline of what's gone on with the iHub is myself and my co-director, Dr. Mike Stahl, run both the School of Entrepreneurship and the Center for Entrepreneurship, both at the San Bernardino campus and here at the Palm Desert campus as well. We assume management of the iHub starting January 1st of this year, and we've really hit the ground running. And one of the wonderful things that when we talk about the numbers that we've really been able to plug into the network of what we have established with both the School of Entrepreneurship as well as our Center for Entrepreneurship. Both the Princeton Review and Entrepreneur Magazine rank our programs from the academic side as top number 38 in the world and number 8 in the West. Again, just showcasing some of the rigor that we have with some of our programming for both graduate and undergraduate students. In terms of the impact that we have within the community, the 2023 economic impact of our Center for Entrepreneurship that covers not only the Coachella Valley, but also parts of Riverside County and the greater inland region as a whole. It's about $145 million in 2023. That includes close to 11,500 businesses that we've assisted and over 239 business starts in 2023. Now, how does this translate over to in terms of what we're doing? I think I'm a bit ahead of myself here. This is a little bit about the cumulative impact that we've had within the region. In the cumulative impact over the last, I believe, 10 years is that we've helped over 2,000 businesses start within the greater region. That means close to 25,000 businesses that we've assisted and an economic impact that's almost $700 million for the greater region. To talk a little bit about our center here. Now, again, we've just started, so this is really covering the first 6 months of setting up shop. We assume the contract here on short notice. So really the first quarter of this year was really focusing on helping us transition from the previous management of the iHub to both the school and our Center for Entrepreneurship. That means that we needed to hire and train new staff, help the Coachella Valley Women's Business Center transition into the iHub, as well as strategize for new programming that's reflective of the surrounding market. What does that mean? That means that we've also been able to partner with other agencies and services that are really centered around helping small businesses in the region. One of those includes AMPAC, or Enterprise Funding, which is a community development corporation. We've been able to bring them into the iHub, and they are one of the largest community development corporations within Southern California. What does that mean? That basically means that these folks are sponsored by the U.S. Small Business Administration to help provide financing and funding for small businesses, as well as one-on-one consulting services. So we're really excited that we were able to bring them on board here to the iHub as well. In April and June, we really kicked up and ramped up our programming. And part of that is with our Women's Business Center, which is part of the Inland Empire Center for Entrepreneurship, through their It's Your Time series, which predominantly helps minority and women-owned companies from all stages, really from the idea stage to the early startup stage, to get the training and education that they need to help start their companies and businesses. We've also brought in Enterprise Funding, which I mentioned a little bit earlier, and we've also been able to integrate some of the student programming within our local Palm Desert campus as well, and really help integrate our local business students that study for anything from marketing to hospitality management to entrepreneurship, and begin integrating them with the greater business community, as many of the students we find that start their educational journey here in the Coachella Valley tend to want to stay here in the Coachella Valley. A lot of them are first-generation students, meaning that they're the first in their families to attend or obtain a college degree. So oftentimes we find that they need extra support and understand the power of networking and getting integrated within the business community. So that's something that we've really been able to hone in on for this early part of the year. On top of that, we've also launched our mini MBA series, and thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, for joining us for our first inaugural mini MBA series. And what that is really, it's a program designed to help folks within the greater Palm Desert region that are looking to start their companies, grow their companies, and really get integrated with resources to help them grow and thrive as a small business and get to that next level of growth. A little bit about the metrics here. Really, the things that matter is the year-to-date totals. That's in the very far column. We've helped over 106 business startups. Now, that's different from the business starts. That means that business startups are folks who are within that pre-launch to first full year of business. So we've had about 106 companies go through that. Close to 400 companies that have been assisted with the iHub this past year. We've had about 300 folks come through some of the events that include the It's Your Time series from the Women's Business Center, the Mini MBA, and a few other programs that are both community center as well as student center within the iHub. Bringing our partner with the CDC, Enterprise and AMPAC funding, that means that we've been able to generate, or not necessarily generate, but help facilitate close to a little bit over $7.5 million in business funding. That's only beginning to ramp up. We expect that to really be about double or maybe even closer to 20 million by the time we hit the end of the year, because both Enterprise and AMPAC have just finished a merger, which means that they'll be able to allocate more resources and programming out here to the iHub. A few other things, I think it's worth noting that the companies that we've assisted were able to track the increase in sales that they've been able to experience since signing on to the services, and that's been a little bit over $6 million. Helping support over 300 jobs in our region. And of course, looking at this from a more of a inclusive point of view, we've been able to assist over 200 minority-owned firms. 300 of them are women-owned businesses here within the greater Palm Desert region. As of the end of June, we have about 30 graduating companies that have gone through our programs, and we just added another 19 as of last night through our It's Your Time series. So we're only growing from there. That really concludes most of the stuff that I have to pitch and present in terms of what the first half of 2024 looks like. again, for the remainder of the year, we've already have our staff in play. We have some great partners. We're expecting to bring in some additional partners through the Riverside County Economic Development Office. And again, making the iHub a regional catalyst for economic development, business growth, and supporting our small business community.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, Councilmember.
Thank you. Great information. Do you happen to know roughly what percentage of the businesses, the new startups are hospitality related versus everything else? And then the second question is, one of our goals is to spur unique businesses that add to the character of our community, both for residents and visitors. Do you have some success stories of that nature?
Yeah, so it's a little early to really track the success stories because again, this is just our 6th month going into this. In terms of do we track which number of those businesses are hospitality versus everything else? I do have that information. I don't have it with me, but we do keep track in terms of what kind of industries people tend to go into. And in terms of like the industries, it really is all over the place. We're looking at folks who are, again, they're in business or looking to start their business and really need to get plugged into the resources. Much of my research that I've done, now again, talking like an academic, and again, if I talk like an academic, I can take all night. So, but let me just give you a quick recap. The research suggests that businesses tend to scale up and grow when they're able to plug in with business support services, such as an iHub, such as a small business development or a business development center. Why does that happen? Because they tend to plug into a more professional group of people that can actually assist them in navigating the everyday complexity of doing business, which is in itself a chore, but especially in California, which tends to be very litigious and just has additional layers that add to the complexities of running a business. I know it's a long answer, but I hope that covers the question.
Question or comment? I saw you reach for your mic.
I was just going to say yes. So one of our priorities is, diversifying our economy. And it seems like you're really helping us support it based upon what you've shared with us.
Yes, and thank you again for allowing us. It's really been our privilege to be able to assist people from all parts of the community and all different stages of the business growth cycle.
You have anything, Councilmember Truby? Or okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Last night, actually, we got to be at the certificate service, and Councilmember Truby and I attended for the It's Your Time series, and it was a wonderful experience. There was a group of excellent certificate receivers who happened to be women, but they just happened to be excellent at what they did. And I will tell you, some of the businesses, the pastries, did you see those pastries? One was a pastry chef and they were amazing. And it was everything from healthy dog food to specialized healthcare. It was across the board. There was just such diversity in what they were pursuing. And it was a really wonderful experience. So we thank you for doing that. And I thank you for this presentation today so that we know what's happening and we can help you and you can help us and we can do the best for the community. So thank you.
Thank you.
I echo my peers. Thank you, Dr. Bonilla. This is excellent to know where we're growing, not only where we've been. And to my understanding, you also work with the cybersecurity department at Cal State?
We do collaborate. The cybersecurity department does have faculty that's within the Cal State portion of the Innovation Hub. So we are looking to have more collaborative programming there that is accessible to the greater community and not just the enrolled students within the Palm Desert campus.
And from those, or is there a plan? Do you have, again, in your very broad, don't know all of the numbers, we're prepared for this. How many of those businesses do you know are leaning towards cybersecurity, as we know that that's an infrastructure
Yeah,
challenge?
as it is now, I'll tell you, I don't have that information with me. We do keep track of it, but as it is, the desert doesn't really have a large industry in cybersecurity. And that just can be because we don't have large industry that is within the reach. That's something that we're hoping to change. But again, one of the early strategies was really to go for the low-hanging fruit, and that is the over 15,000 small businesses that are registered here within the Coachella Valley. And that was just the easiest place to begin. We find that oftentimes there's a high failure rate within that specific demographic. And oftentimes that happens just because they're not plugged into business resources, such as what we're offering now with the iHub or the Women's Business Center or our Small Business Development Center.
And one last question, I saw on there that at this time in the category of small business admin loans, it said 0. Is that obviously achieved? Do you have some of those in progress or looking to offer seminars, especially for first-gen students?
Right. So the small business loans, I mean, they're in service several categories. The one that we are really focusing on that we can facilitate is the one that's SBA backed at this point in time. We haven't partnered with banks per se through the Palm Desert iHub at this point in time. We've decided to focus on a CDC only because CDCs tend to work with a lot of community banks and smaller regional banks that really focus on small business lending. And we found that was, again, an easier network to plug into to help assure the greatest return on our time, especially for the first year in operation.
Wonderful. Thank you. We're just proud to have you as a partner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Concluding our presentations, item number 10, city manager comments. Mr. Heilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to invite Lieutenant Porras up to provide a brief update to council and answer any questions that you might have.
Good to see you, Lieutenant Porras.
Well, good afternoon. It's nice to see everyone again. It's been a great summer. I hope you had a good one too. Well, we all know Desert Sands Unified School District is back in session. This gave me a great opportunity to introduce you to our school resource deputies. We have Deputy Joe Decker. He's been assigned to the Palm Desert Charter Middle School, and he's been with the department for 18 years and is starting his second year at PDCMS. And Deputy Peter Pergin is assigned to Palm Desert High School. He's been with the department for 6 years, and it's his first year at the high school. I appreciate their dedication to working with the kids and school administrators and wish them a great school year. In the next few months, the Riverside County Sheriff Department dispatch will be using a new software program to answer non-emergency calls. I want to let the public know we're currently using a phone tree system, but when a caller dials into the new non-emergency line, the new system will answer and provide verbal assistance, providing a faster and more efficient response to non-emergency inquiries. This will allow our communication staff to focus on emergencies and let them do their job and focus on the high-stress environment. As always, though, if the public is experiencing any issues, we want feedback. So if there is any issues, please give us feedback at riversidesheriff.org. And as always, if in doubt, call 911 if you think it's an emergency. Since we have a great audience today, I want to let everybody know that we are hiring. We want to let the public know we're looking for people that live in the Valley. Okay, so if you're interested in public service, not only sheriff, but also fire, please go to joinrso.org. Or if you're interested in fire, please go to www.rvcfire.org. We're really looking for people that are local, that want to work in the community and make an impact. And if also with that, there's a Women's Expo, September 7th. So if anybody's interested in a variety of careers, they'll get great information at that expo, and they get more information at joinrso.org.
Where will the expo be?
The expo is going to be in Moreno Valley. And at times they have them out here, but that expo is going to be in Moreno Valley. And like I said before, joinrso.org will have more information about that.
When you have that event, please let us know so we can help advertise for
Great.
you.
Thank you very much. You have a good evening.
Any questions or comments? I do have a question. I met with the resident yesterday who mentioned that, again, now that school is back in and people don't want to let go of their habits, including now racing down Portola, for example, and the inpatients at Magnesia Falls and their requested increased bicycle support around the school. And this property has even offered to allow you to place a bike officer that can just kind of hide out there and catch folks. I mean, and we can talk about that after, but that's a request
Great.
specifically.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number 11, please, if we can have mayor, council member reports and requests for action. But before we do so, I would like to clarify that part of what we do in our meetings to maintain decorum is that we keep the response to a minimum. That means we don't allow the clapping, any vocal outbursts. This is the way that we have conducted business. This allows us to keep going through our meeting swift and effectively. And unfortunately, we don't want to have to remove anyone, but that is an option. So thank you for that. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Am I missing any part of that recognition to a city attorney?
Can you be a little bit more specific about the question?
Sure. In terms of the procedures for ensuring that there isn't excessive sound and that there has been any provision that would allow that we ask someone be removed for excessive.
So if someone's being disruptive to the meeting and the meeting is unable to go forward, we will issue a warning before any further actions taken.
Thank you. Please continue. I like we can now start with council member remarks and updates. Council member Kelly.
I am going to pass this evening. In the time since our last meeting, quite a few issues have come up, which I have referred to the city manager, so my deck is clear.
Councilmember Niskandic.
I don't have any comments this evening. Again, I have talked with the city manager and staff as well. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Truby.
No comments, just happy to be back doing the city's business. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Same.
Okay. So I have been involved or reinforcing what we do with our Sister Cities program. We have one in Ixtapas y Guatanejo and one in Gisborne, New Zealand, which is pretty special because they get the first light of the new day. And that's who we get to partner with. The cultural interaction is they are working on a photo essay program, and I was finally able to connect them with one of our amazing teachers at Palm Desert High School. And that's been a wonderful thing to see. I have been involved with Southern California Edison. They've asked me to be part of their government association panel. And that has been great to be on the inside and learn what they're saying about when the substations can be put in place and what is possible based on the long delays and the fact that some parts are on a 2-year back order and how we need to revise and adapt and look at our changes in expectation. We also have had the Chamber of Commerce had the ribbon cutting for the United Cerebral Palsy of the Inland Empire. And then afterwards, the nonprofit mixer. And it was a great opportunity to see all of these nonprofits. We work as a community, but sometimes don't see where we intersect. Excuse me. Okay, thank you. I just wasn't sure if there was something pressing. Thank you. For example, we had a great time to meet with the Alzheimer's Association and realize that there needs to be more awareness when people don't have a caregiver or a family member that can help start to see the signs or what to do when you do start to see the signs for your loved ones. And then, of course, the ever controversial animal shelter. That has been an ongoing issue. It was a 4-hour meeting where we had a lot of people present to express their concerns and the solutions that they would like to see. And I feel that that meeting was more productive as we did finally get the county supervisor present and we had the county CEO present. So I appreciate for all of you that have been attending the meetings, that have been sending in your public comments, because that's the way that we can help save our animals. And with that said, we now move on to item number 12. Oh, that's right. And we've got a blood drive. Can you plug the blood drive?
I could, but I don't remember the date. What date is our blood drive? September 12th? So we have a blood drive. There is a great need for blood and blood products in our community. So if you can, we'll have the blood mobile here in the parking lot at Palm Desert, September 12th.
And for some of those, if you donate platelets at live stream, you can get Dodgers tickets. So there you go for the sports fans. Okay, now we move on to number 12, non-agenda public comments. This time has been set aside for the public to address the city council on issues that are not on the agenda for up to 3 minutes. Speakers may utilize one of 3 options listed on the front page of the agenda. Because of the Brown Act does not allow the city council to act on any item not listed on the agenda, members may briefly respond or refer the matter to staff for a report and recommendation at a future meeting. Before we get started with these cards, do we have anyone online that's wishing to speak?
At this moment, nobody has raised their hand, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And if you can, when you get one, can you let me know? I don't want to end up forgetting someone that has joined. Okay, first speaker, Mike Ontwowski. Did I say that correctly?
Close. It's a difficult name. Mayor and council members, I'm here today to talk to you about, I live over at Monterey Country Club, and there's the traffic signal on Avenida del Sol and Monterey Avenue. I've worked through the app, the city app, and also sent some emails to the Public Works Department about it. And over the years, the things that I've learned is that that light has a 90-second delay for ingress and egress in and out of the Monterey Country Club. And there doesn't seem to be any exception for this. No matter what hour of the day or night, you have to wait 90 seconds at the light, whether you're turning left to come into the community or turning left to go out onto South Monterey. And this 90 seconds sounds like a trivial thing, but if you do it once a day, it adds up to 45 minutes in a month. And it's actually 9 hours a year. It's not really a trivial thing. And it's the only way we have to go in and out of the community is that one traffic light. So I'm not asking for the 90 seconds to be changed because I understand it's a major thoroughfare. What I'm asking is that when the light has been green for 3 minutes or more, or whatever it's determined, that the light becomes on demand. You shouldn't have to be forced to wait the 90 seconds each and every time that you're at the light. And that's all I'm asking. I've been trying to work with the Public Works Department through it, and I don't know why it's being excluded. It hasn't been explained to me why there's no exclusion for this. Even when we come back from the hockey games at 10 o'clock at night, want to turn left in the community, we still have to wait. There's no one going up and down the street. The light's been green for at least a few minutes. So, but thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. City Manager, is that something that we can address?
Yeah, I will ask staff to take a look at it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mike Morsch. And please let me know if I butcher your name. I always want to be respectful in how I pronounce your name. So is that the correct? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm here today to speak about the mayor's post August 10th on Facebook, whereas you stated by saying, quote, "Love the city of Palm Desert, but hate the article in the El Paseo catalog in regard to the Patriot Store. You say the Patriot Store's goal is to share American politics with guests, fuels the fire. You go on to say the Chamber of Commerce posted BLM was bringing in buses. I really don't know where you are going with that statement. Do you have any axe to grind with the chamber? You say council members boast the El Paseo is the only place to shop. I'm sure your fellow council members just love you for misrepresenting them with that statement. Other cities have developed higher end shopping to enhance their economy. Is the mayor going to use her office to stoop to cancel culture? You say in the article, shame on Alicia Lang for writing this. Shame on Cindy Yukon. Double shame on El Paseo Catalog for publishing the extremist souvenir gift shop. Calling residents extremists, is that not hate speech? Is being passionate about your values extremist? The same council members that you criticize for speaking about the El Paseo in positive terms and who have helped mentor you, seems so ironic that you have decided to throw them under the bus. I am the president of a Palm Desert Republican Club, and standing with me is Ralph Perry, president of a Palm Desert Democrat Club.
Once again, this is the warning. Thank you.
If I may. Together, we can agree on a number of issues and disagree on most political policies. This is what makes our country great, the freedom to speak and the freedom to vote. In regard to the actions of the mayor of Palm Desert, we speak with one voice. In closing, District 1 deserves better. And Joy, I'm sorry that you were maligned by this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for maintaining decorum. Our next speaker is Terry Cruden. Croden? Is it Cruden or Croden? Croden, thank you.
This is my response to the mayor's Facebook post regarding the Patriot store on El Paseo. I do not live in Palm Desert, but I do shop on El Paseo. How very democratic, liberal, and progressive to want to ban something you don't agree with. These things seem to be America, our nation's flag, and patriotism. I don't see anyone from the Patriot store out harassing the public. On the contrary, I have heard of people spitting at the store and even going inside to harass the volunteers. If people cannot walk by the store without being offended, then that is their and apparently your problem. I don't see any signs to the entrance of El Paseo that says to check your love of America at the door. Possibly you should put a sign on the entrance to El Paseo that says, beware. You may see patriotism on display on El Paseo. Enter at your own risk. There is no remedy for your Facebook post. You are disgraceful and you should not be holding any office. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter Kornchowski. I believe you've been up here before, just to make sure. Is it Kornchowski?
Kornchowski.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a fact, water will flow downhill. Presently, 17 homeowners along Woodward Drive are now having to deal with an 11-foot high escarpment.
Mr. City Clerk, this is on the agenda as part of the public hearing. So just to confirm that we will have a different time for that, or would
Correct.
you prefer that?
Public comments related to final tract map should be taken when the action calendar begins, item 14A.
Absolutely. You'll absolutely get it. I'm moving it over to this side. I want you to know that we're postponing it into a different part of the meeting.
Oops.
No worries. And what is the item? Is that the one that goes to the public hearing, or is there a specific item on that?
That's 14A.
Okay. Okay, John Newcaster? Is this also regarding the public hearing or a separate matter? Okay.
I'm going to just very briefly address the same topic about the Patriot store. Hi, Kathleen. It's been suggested, I'll just be a little, take a little different tact. It's been suggested recently, and I'm sure it's been suggested on a lot of social media, that there's not a place on El Paseo for a store like the Patriot store or a place in the guide for that. What I'd like to respectfully suggest is that promoting patriotism, free enterprise, fiscal responsibility, law and order, and a strong national defense is not extreme. No one's being forced to shop there. And I would say this, if a progressive storefront, even an extreme one opened, I might disagree with the ideas of the merchandise, but I would surely defend its right to exist on El Paseo. My concern is this, that demonizing other people's viewpoints is a slippery slope. It wasn't that long ago that a restaurant in Palm Springs, Wong's, I lived there at the time, Wong's was vandalized just for allowing a Republican congressional candidate to host a private dinner there. Anybody who's passionate about diversity, equity, and inclusion should be just as passionate about diversity, equity, and inclusion of thought. And that's my comment, and I appreciate the time.
Our next speaker, Sandra Schultz. Same question. Is this regarded to the public hearing? I know we have a lot of emails that came in for that too.
It's the same topic.
Thank you.
Thank you. My first thought when I saw the mayor's Facebook post was, why would the mayor object to an article about a local business, the Patriot Store, which is generating revenue for the city? This post is openly hostile and chastises the author of an honest, well-written article in the El Paseo catalog that accurately describes the inventory and staff of the store. This post accuses the author of failing to understand that partisan views do not appeal to a broad base of shoppers, and that it will send the message that Palm Desert is not welcoming to everyone. The post calls the Patriot Store an extremist souvenirs gift shop. She then expresses both pain and embarrassment that Palm Desert City Council members think El Paseo is a great place to shop. These are odd statements coming from a mayor who professes love for the city of Palm Desert. And if that were not serious enough, this post goes on to mention Nazi flags and hate speech as if they are somehow connected to the store. They are not, and the mayor should know they are not. The Patriot Store has never and will never allow Nazi items of any kind on its property. It's important to note that the Patriot Store also has philanthropy as part of its mission. They provide scholarships to high school students, support for the military, and local law enforcement. The Patriot Store is also a proud sponsor of Paint El Paseo Pink. The Patriot Store believes in giving back and does give back to the community. The post concludes with the statement, "We must make change as we move forward," and is followed by a photo of the storefront of the Patriot Store. In a society with much divided views, the last thing any leader should do is fan the flames of that division, which can motivate true extremists of bad intent. This post has made the Patriot Store a potential target for extremists. The mayor should take her own advice and try to understand that partisan extremist views have no place in any mayor's office. She can start by apologizing to the Patriot Store for this dangerous, inflammatory post and conclude by tendering her resignation. Thank you.
Next speaker. Is this Selma Hagar or Jelna Hagar? Is it Jelma or Selma?
It's Velma with a V.
Velma, thank you.
And I'm going to continue on with what you just heard. And Mayor, you've already heard what I had to say because I wrote you a letter and told you so. I want to begin this by telling you a little bit about myself. I was one of the founders of El Paseo. I was one of the first shops. And when I retired at my age of 70, I had the longest standing shop on El Paseo. I was here 50 years ago when this city became a city. I campaigned for it to become a city. And I was actually a campaign manager for one of the first people that ever ran for the office that you folks hold. So with that said, I want to tell you, I'm very familiar with everything that's going on in this city. There were 1,400 people in Palm Desert when I moved here 60 years ago. I have never in that time ever seen a mayor do what you did. I'm really mad, but I'm going to try to be very polite. I can't believe you had the nerve to do that. We are the most popular shop on El Paseo. El Paseo is hurting right now, in case you didn't know that. The merchants are all hurting. We pay our sales tax every single month. And I can't believe that you would do that. You do owe us an apology, and you owe more than that. You need to go on and say that you're sorry publicly. Do you know that someone came and put a nail in one of the tires yesterday, hammered it in the side? And that's the kind of thing that you're creating as the mayor of the city. You owe us a public apology, and you should step down. Thank you.
Thank you for remembering that we need to keep our remarks to minimum. Thomas Bruno, not your remarks, excuse me, your reactions. Thomas Bruno? Thank you.
So first, I'd like to say this is the second opportunity I've had to be in front of you. While everybody else is looking at the speakers, you're busy writing. I'd appreciate your attention. Okay? Thank you. We're going to play a little Jeopardy today, and I'm going to try to keep my temper. Careless, insulting, irresponsible. I'm down here, by the way. Stupid, partisan, disrespectful, like you're doing to me right now by not listening and looking at me. Continue. I know you're going to do that. Self-serving, hurtful, inflammatory, dishonest, ugly, derogatory.
Personal attacks are not appropriate. I would appreciate that not be the one. You're here to make your comments, but the personal direct attacks of that are
The
different.
personal attack came from you on Facebook to us. Final word was derogatory. What are words to describe your Facebook post regarding the Patriot store? You're a woman, your party is the champion of women, and you put a target on their back. I'm one of the few men that work there, volunteer. They're senior citizens. The phone calls that come in, the threats, the destruction to the vehicles. It's a disgrace, all championed by you, a woman. Hello? Just want to make sure you're there. Very disrespectful. Whatever they said about you is true. You're being disrespectful. Just look at me.
I am not required to respond to you, but it is something I've done this whole time. I take notes, so I will continue that practice again. I'm not being disrespectful. I am continuing.
Well,
my
it would be
practice of
nice to
writing
look up
notes.
once in a while, okay? Do you realize the police department has to come there 3 times a day now? They have to check in on the store because of your inflammatory post. Take the post down, apologize to the women, your fellow women. You represent everybody in this desert, and you should respect them. I call for your resignation.
Next speaker, Karen Vanderhay.
It's pronounced Vondra.
Bardra. Okay, that's an R. Sorry, I couldn't see it.
I am here today to address the disgraceful and dangerous Facebook post by Mayor Karina on August 10th, attacking the Patriot store in Palm Desert, as well as the El Paseo catalog article and council members that don't agree with her. Unfortunately, this mayor does not understand the Constitution of the United States nor her job as mayor. She has demonstrated extremely poor judgment and abuse of her position. With this abuse of her position, we cannot afford or allow to let Karina continue serving in the Palm Desert City Council. Her ignorance and misguided beliefs are dangerous to the people of Palm Desert, the businesses on El Paseo, and especially to the Patriot Store. In her Facebook post on August 10th, she shamed the author for writing the piece about the Patriot Store, and then she double shamed the El Paseo catalog for publishing the article. Mayor Karina wrote in her post regarding the Patriot Store, I quote, "The extremist souvenirs gift shop in the El Paseo shopping district." End quote. In reality, Karina, this shame is all on you. A fundamental problem here is that you find the American flag and a presidential candidate extreme and shameful. As mayor, your attacks on the Patriot Store as well as on the El Paseo catalog articles are inexcusable. The only statement in your post of value is your final sentence. I quote you, "We must make change as we move forward." And yes, we do. The change we need right now is for you, Karina, to either resign immediately or we need to implement the process to remove you from the city council.
Thank you very much. I
Waiting
appreciate decorum.
for the next election cycle is not soon enough. Thank you.
Next speaker, Dan Flores.
Council members and quote unquote mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Public speaking is not my forte, so please excuse me. I'd like to start with, I'm not sure if this is in the budget, but for the mayor, Karina Quintanilla, if she has an assistant, somebody that position is budgeted for her to have somebody that can assist her with grammar and her composition, because that post is evident of her status as an ignorant individual. I'm just specifically talking about the grammar and the composition, the lack of in that post. Anyhow, as a Hispanic man, first and foremost, as an American and a member of law enforcement, I am very, very offended, and I'm trying to contain myself because I'm outraged by this pathetic, quote unquote, mayor's comments and the offensive nature of those comments. It is insane that she, in her position, that she thinks it is logical to even contemplate posting such pathetic, inflammatory, and offensive language and to offend a good member of the community that she supposedly serves. It is insane. And I cannot believe the fact that she down talks to some of the citizens that are trying to address her, and the fact that she hardly even looks up and addresses and looks at the citizens in the eye is another indication of where her head is. She's a disgrace. And I'm going to reiterate what other members have stated here, other residents here have stated, which is if you don't resign, I think a recall effort is in play here, should be in play. Besides your resignation, we demand a public apology from you. Checking on my time here. The fact that you, in your pathetic post, mentioned the Nazi flag in a little pathetic word salad. I don't know what's worse, your word salad or Kamala's word salad. Yeah. The fact that you try to make some kind of correlation between the Nazi flag and the Patriot Store on El Paseo is just insane. You are pathetic, and your comments are again inflammatory and offensive to not just myself of the residents of this community and the good number of Americans in this beautiful country that we live in. Again, you must resign or there will be a recall initiated against you. Not just that, before you resign, you need
Please
to,
keep your volume down.
before you resign,
Please keep your volume down.
before you
sir.
resign,
Please keep your volume to a respectful level.
I'm gonna reclaim my time
I-
if you keep continue interrupting me,
That's
okay?
fine. If you keep interrupting, you will be removed. I'm just
No,
asking
you're
you to
interrupting me.
I'm
I'm
asking
speaking.
you to bring the anger. Earlier, you
I
did
I
say
will
that you were
lower it.
feeling rage.
Okay, let me reclaim my time. I will lower it.
You've got
You
10
you
seconds.
I can reclaim my time. Please
have
quit interrupting
7
me,
seconds.
okay? Resign or you will be recalled. You're pathetic. And you're
Lynn
and
Russo,
you're an
please.
offense to any other Hispanic
can-
that lives in this community.
Can we please have a advising from legal counsel?
I think he's leaving.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Lynn Russo, please.
Well, I got a couple of things. There's a lot of new housing construction that's going along the Gerald Ford and Portola corridor. There's multiple dwellings and single-family homes. There's a lot of it. The homes are huge and they're really close together and they're in the wind tunnel. In this economy, who's buying these homes or renting these apartments? That's one thing. Ms. Mayor. Ms. Mayor. Hello?
I'm able to
What
hear
did
you.
you
I am writing,
expect?
please.
What did you expect? After reading what you wrote, attacking writer Alicia Lang for her submission to the El Paseo catalog, I looked it up. Miss Lang wrote an informative story about the Patriot Store. In the same issue, she wrote an in-depth and detailed story about another El Paseo business, luxury brand Dominique Cohen. There's lots of reasons to visit El Paseo, and I mainly patronize the galleries and the restaurants. As a retiree, I have no reason or desire to shop at high-end and luxury stores. That's my choice. And that's the point. The mayor's attack on publishing a story about the Patriot Store is insulting. Everyone has a choice. You either shop there or you don't. The mayor's attack presumes that any shopper doesn't have the ability or the brains to make that choice. And that is insulting. By the way, Ms. Mayor, I'm a patriot. Are you?
Thank you for keeping the decorum once again. Jana Koronchowski, is this regarding the same matter with the public hearing? Okay, thank you. Thomas Frank? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Thomas Franke. I'm the Development Director at the Inland Empire Ronald McDonald House, and I wanted to come before the council today just to share a little bit about the work that we do in case anyone isn't familiar with us, and also share how that impacts families in the Coachella Valley and in Palm Desert specifically. And so before I do, I want to thank Mayor Quintanilla. I met the mayor at an event a few months ago, and afterwards she spoke with me and explained to me how city council meetings work and how to speak at them. So that gave me the kind of knowledge and nudge to do this today. So thank you for that. But throughout the Coachella Valley, there are families with critically ill or injured children who find that the vital medical care that their children need is far from their homes. Out here in the valley, that often means Loma Linda University Children's Hospital. And that places a real strain on families. It creates economic, emotional, and logistical burdens that affect not only the health and wellness of family members, but also of the patient who's in need of care. Families want to be close to their children and want to be involved in their care in times of medical crisis, but it's hard to do that when you're far from home and you're removed from the social support networks that you're accustomed to. And so that's where the Inland Empire Ronald McDonald House comes into the picture. Our mission is to provide comfort, care, and support for families who are in this exact situation. And we do that primarily through our facility. We are located in Loma Linda. We're across the street from Loma Linda University Children's Hospital. It's a 5-minute walk door to door. We were founded in 1996, and we have 53 guest rooms to accommodate families. We have 5 kitchen bays. We have indoor and outdoor play areas. We have on-site emotional support services. We have a salon. We have a library. I could really go on and on. And you have to see it to believe it. And I do invite everyone in the room to come to Loma Linda for a tour if you ever get a chance to see the house. But with those services, we're able to accommodate families from all over San Bernardino and Riverside counties. We're the only Ronald McDonald House in either county, so we really are your Inland Empire Ronald McDonald House. And our services are available to families free of charge. That's a really big service area. That's like 62 cities that we serve. But the Coachella Valley is a big contingent of the families who stay at the house. Anywhere from like a quarter to a third of the families that we serve throughout the year come from the Coachella Valley. And last year, that means that 198 families from the Coachella Valley stayed at our house and saved over $470,000 by having free accommodation during their child's treatments. In Palm Desert, it's a smaller need than in other communities in the valley, but we did have 22 Palm Desert residents stay at the house last year. And this year that was up to, it's already as of June 30th, up to 29. So we're seeing an increase, and we've already had 128 families from the valley stay at the house this year. So we're seeing an increase across the board. So I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to share about the house and to let families in the community know that when they are in a time of medical crisis or they are far from home, that they have a home away from home at the Inland Empire Ronald McDonald House. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Killer, or Anne, my apologies, Anne. No, my apologies.
Gosh, Thomas, you're tall. My name is Ann Pillar. I live in La Quinta. I am the chairman of the board of the Ronald McDonald House at Inland Empire. And the fact that the chairman of the board lives in the Coachella Valley goes to show how much impact that the Coachella Valley has at that Ronald McDonald House, how many people from here actually use that Ronald McDonald House. I've been involved with the Ronald McDonald House. This is my 5th house since I was in college, which was a long, long time ago. What I'm here to talk about today is 8 years ago, I started with the executive director of the Ronald McDonald House, A Few Good Men and Women Gala, which is held out here in the Coachella Valley to raise money for our Ronald McDonald House. That year, we raised about $60,000. Last year, our 7th annual A Few Good Men and Women Gala raised over $200,000. We are gunning for $300,000. We honor residents of the Coachella Valley and surrounding communities for their service to the Coachella Valley and to the surrounding communities. We are having our gala on September 27th at the Westin in Mission Hills. And I would like to enter this invitation into, I don't think this is a court, but into evidence for you guys to take a look at. And I would
provide that to our city clerk
I will.
afterwards.
And I would like to invite each and every one of the city council members and the mayor and everybody here and everybody in the room to our gala. We purposely have this on September 27th because this is a local charity. We serve local families. Every dollar that we raise for this Coachella Valley Ronald McDonald House in Loma Linda, every dollar we raise goes to help our families. We do not pay any chapter. We do not pay any corporate. We do not give money to anybody else. So any money that we raise stays here in your Coachella Valley to help your children. So I would like to invite everybody to please come to the gala. It's a fun event. We are expecting near 400 people this year. And again, we are gunning for $300,000. So that's a big number. And I'd like to invite each of you to help us raise that money for our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be sure that that goes to our, thank you, folks. I know this is exciting and wonderful, but we have to respect that I said no clapping all throughout. Okay, Mary CJ or CH? Mary, thank you, Mary.
Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the board,
I cannot reiterate everything that has already been said over and over. Mayor, I was just floored when that information came to me. We hold you all to a higher standard. We put you in office. We, the people, we love Palm Desert. And if you love Palm Desert, as you stated, that should have never come out. Do you know what the Patriot Store represents? This is a single woman. You are attacking her livelihood. Do you know she participates with Mama's House, where lost young women, unplanned pregnancy? She donates money, scholarships to these seniors from every high school. She even feeds the homeless. She caretakes people. She helps everyone. A selfless woman. Misinterpretation because she has a Patriot Store, because she has an American flag. We were born and raised here, and that is a privilege. And this is our birth, all of us. The military and law enforcement is my most dear and special. I'm first generation here, and I pray and I thank God I was raised well. And again, reiterating, ma'am, what you said and the shaming, way out of context, unacceptable, immoral, no value. And you sit here, I am so saddened by your behavior. Unacceptable, unacceptable. And how you can sleep at night is beyond me. You took an oath to serve like every officer, law enforcement, firefighter, owner of a business. We the people protect, whether you're a Democrat, a liberal, or a conservative. As humans, we have a duty and values and morality we have to uphold. Now, if you really love Palm Desert, none of this should have happened. We wouldn't be here. And you're originally from Cathedral City. Why did you not stay there? That city needs help, needs all your love and help.
Please
Please.
remember,
Yes,
please
ma'am.
remember to keep it down. And I'm addressing I'm
Yes,
not-
ma'am.
Thank you
Of
so
course.
much. I appreciate
But
you.
this, the defamation of character, you attacked her. That's a lack of consideration. That is attacking her livelihood. Defamation of character, negative comments, everything attacking her, besides her being attacked and having to call law enforcement. She's losing money, her livelihood. That is unfair. You are so privileged to serve on this panel and you get a paycheck. She has to work. She is a business owner. We're all here on the American dream, ma'am. And I really trust that you view yourself, and please
Thank you
apologize.
very much. Your time
Okay?
is over. Thank you.
You do need to apologize. You're held to a higher
You are over
standard.
your
I,
time. As
I
hope-
am, ma'am.
I cut
I
everyone
am.
off. Thank you.
I
I
am.
appreciate you.
Yes, and I hope you can sleep.
Our next speaker, Susie Hauser. Your name sounds a little familiar. Not sure if this is also for the public hearing item.
I'm Susie Hauser, and I'm very pleased to be here and speak to the entire council. In fact, that's who I'm really speaking to here. I know that the mayor has taken a verbal beating, and I'm a patriot. I'm a very big supporter of the Patriot Store, and all of us at the Patriot Store believe in free speech. And our mayor has a right to speak freely. And that gambit of free speech goes from vile, untruth, hateful even we allow, all the way to truth, virtue, kindness, goodness, and everything in between. But the good thing about free speech is it reveals who people are. And without free speech, we would never know. And what I really am concerned about is that you have a right to speak freely, but you do not have a right to put the headline Mayor of Palm Desert, because so many people have read those posts and now are under the misconception that this entire council is represented by your thoughts. And what upsets me most is that the 1, 2, 3, 4 other people, the day they saw that post with Mayor of Palm Desert, that there wasn't an emergency meeting called and you were reprimanded and the city council would post a letter to the whole public that does not represent the feelings, the intention, the intent of the Palm Desert City Council. And this is what really frightens me, because in Germany, the people said, how did Hitler ever get to take over? And it was because the good people remained silent. And I'm not saying you have to resign. You may be recalled. I can't be responsible for the public, but the other members of this council should have the courtesy for the people, if you don't believe in this kind of thing, to say, dear Mayor, if you want to speak your feelings, you have every right to do so, but do so under your own name and verbally, physically write that this is not associated or to be associated with the Palm Desert City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last, oh, yes. But before I forget, do we have any speakers online?
We do have a speaker online, Miguel Sanchez.
Can you hear us, Mr. Sanchez? Or can we hear you, Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, I can hear you all.
Thank you.
1 second. All right. Good evening, members of the council and community. I'm here to speak on the rising concern of extremism and to emphasize the values that make our community, our country strong, which are freedom, liberty, equality, and diversity. My apologies, I'm a little under the weather. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Extremism isn't just about radical views. It's about an ideology that focuses more on symbols like the flag than on upholding the values these symbols are supposed to represent. Extremism thrives on a juvenile us versus them mindset, one that cares less about unity and more about division. But let us not forget, we're all Americans and we're all citizens of this great city, county, and country. Unfortunately, the right-leaning narrative often labels those who care about inclusion and fairness as sensitive snowflakes, implying that standing up for human rights and equity is a sign of weakness. But advocating for a better, more just society is not being overly sensitive, it's being principled. Silencing voices that challenge exclusion and hate by dismissing them as sensitive is nothing more than an attempt to avoid meaningful conversation. We've obviously seen this take place here in Palm Desert with businesses such as the Patriot Store in El Paseo. The store may claim to promote patriotism, but when MAGA flags, Blue Lives Matter symbols, and often extremist imagery are displayed together, they send a message rooted in division, not unity. This isn't about respecting diverse perspectives. It's about pushing a narrow narrative that excludes those who don't agree. I want to commend our mayor for using her First Amendment right to speak out against the store. She obviously should have done so under her personal name. Free speech is essential in our democracy, and it is encouraging to see leaders stand up for what they believe in, even when it's not the popular stance. True patriotism is about embracing freedom, liberty, equality, and diversity. It's about ensuring every voice is respected, even those we disagree with. Unfortunately, if you're not with us, you're against us mentality promoted by some today is fundamentally un-American, and it erodes the values that this nation was built upon. As a community, we need to reject the notion that only one group or political belief can define who the real Americans are. Real patriotism is about recognizing that we are all in this together. We must strive for a country where differences are respected, and our strength comes from unity, not division. I implore us all to do better, and I'm hopeful for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker, Susie Hauser. Oh,
And Madam Mayor, I do have another speaker.
okay. Thank you.
iPhone 15.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, this is Storm Jenkins. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. I will be brief. I have exchanged some messages with the mayor over her comments about the Patriot Store and her comments about my store. which I didn't even understand. I own Guns of Distinction on 111, and she suggested that mine is a store that should not be patronized after I called her to account for her statements about the Patriot Store. The main question I have you ever been in the Patriot Store? On what basis did you make the criticisms? Was it firsthand, secondhand, third hand? And did you get my personal invitation when I had my grand opening to my store so that you could have come in and seen for yourself what a Palm Desert merchant operates like, who's paying taxes and supporting the community? And I would like an apology. I couldn't understand at all what you wrote back to me about a publication and other stuff. It was word salad. But you told people not to do business with me just because I asked you to account for your actions. Why? Why did you do that? No answer? As expected. Thank you for your time.
Are there any additional comments online, Mr. Clerk? Sorry for not calling you up earlier. Jim Wilk, please. I try.
Simon Cowell would say 3 minutes can change your life. So the next 3 minutes that I have here, 2:57 now, I'm not here to change anybody's life, but I'm trying to improve it for the basic tax collection of cannabis taxes for the city of Palm Desert. My company is called Monarch Technologies, and what we do is move money fast. We have just signed a professional services agreement with Desert Hot Springs. Yesterday was the first monthly collection, and we successfully onboarded 47 license holders in Desert Hot Springs and successfully automated the whole billing, invoicing system, the whole works. We move money and we move money fast. The reason I'm here tonight is I've been trying to slowly try to use email and some personal visits to the office to meet with somebody, but I haven't been successful. So what I'm here tonight to ask for is that the materials that I have, which is a six-page brochure, the press release for Desert Hot Springs that just came out yesterday, for somebody to do an independent, I don't know who Palm Desert uses as a consultant, whether it's HDL, the good cholesterol, or Avenue. But I know we bid against them up in Desert Hot Springs who used them for other cannabis ordinances and things like that. They do tax audits. We don't do tax audits. We make things work faster, cheaper, efficiently, and safely. Safety is a factor these days. And if you don't have to carry money, all the better. If you don't have to show up at City Hall with a basket full of money to pay your taxes, and then you get stuck with the problem of carrying it away with Garda or whoever else you use. Last year, you had collected 2.4 million, and you were responsible. I got to say, of all the cities, you lowered your budget down to 1.2 million. But I think with that 1.2 million, you better be sure that you collect it and up to date on all the things that are happening out there. Well, we can assure you that. And all I ask is for your courtesy and time to get me on another agenda. Hopefully it's the consent agenda to adopt this, because you're going to be happy what you see. Thank you for your time.
With the request to be on the agenda, is that something that we can look at another time?
I don't think we have enough context for that. I would encourage you to meet with Veronica Chavez, our Director of Finance, but this isn't the appropriate way to be placed on an agenda. I think we need to understand what you're asking for and what your product is, and she would be the right person to talk to on staff. So she's sitting right over across there. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, just to reiterate, there are no other speakers. Did we have a comment card?
I don't have any more comment cards.
Did you fill out one of the blue comment cards? let me, can we be sure to take her name down for the record as we do with everyone? Please come up.
Hello, my name is Ruth Hill. I'm a resident of Palm Desert Greens Country Club. And I want to comment on the social media posts by our mayor that elicited hate for Palm Desert in her. Double shame on our mayor, who must have an opposing political view of this store, but also does not share in patriot items showing the American flag displayed everywhere. Alicia Lang's article showed how the Patriot store on El Paseo is successful exactly because it appeals to a broad base of supporters. The foot traffic in this store unites residents of Coachella Valley with small snowbirds across America and Canada. We do not cower in our views of America. I would expect the mayor of Palm Desert to support free speech, be it a store that sells Stars and Stripes apparel or a person flying a Nazi flag in their neighborhood. This is not hate speech, it's free speech. As a follower of the NBA, specifically the Indiana Fever and the Chicago Fly, I relish in these elite players bragging about their own brand name luxury apparel. Isaiah Wilson and Angela Reese have luxury apparel. What does the mayor have against luxury brand name apparel? Is it sports apparel, political apparel, or other luxury apparels on El Paseo? Our mayor brings shame on herself for this petty criticism. I'm glad to have a place to buy patriotic gifts. I'm sorry the mayor takes issue with a store that sells the Stars and Stripes. I support the mayor's free speech about the Patriot store, but is it appropriate for a mayor of Palm Desert? Let the voters decide. Thank you.
Please remember, it's only at least one person clapping instead of everyone else. So thank you for that. Having concluded all of the items on the non-agenda comments, we now move on to the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by one motion. At the request of our Mayor Pro Tem, and we're going to take a stretch break. Should we do 10 minutes, five? What is your request? 7. Okay, her request is for 7 minutes. We will be back at 6:05. All righty, folks, welcome back. I know that there is still quite a lot of sound outside of the chamber. Can we please request that that sound or volume be taken outside? Todd, can we request someone from staff gently guide them to where we can have a noise of control in order to resume? Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, we've had other meetings where we just, in order to resume. Thank you for your patience as we had our volume level come back to audible. Yeah, I know that the news is recording and we support the freedom of press, so we'll let that one keep going. I don't think it'll be very loud. Having concluded the non-agenda public items, we move on to item number 13, the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by one motion. The public may comment on any items on the consent agenda with a 3-minute time limit. Individual items may be removed by the city council for separate discussion. I see that we do have a request on items A, B, and T. Would anyone else like to poll or recuse or comment?
I'd like to pull 13J, please.
And J. Okay, we will be removing items A, B, J, and T. Do I have a motion to move the balance?
Yes, so moved.
Second.
Oh, there you go.
And we have the staff report for item A.
Motion passes 5-0.
I was old.
I was like, wait a minute, that's the,
Who pulled it?
I think there was a card. I think maybe that's the one you said for the action and not the consent. Okay. Let's be sure that we get everyone here. So if not A, items B, T, and J.
Do we need to make a
Item-
motion for A or no?
B
No,
is,
these I think were marked for a different one. So let me get these together.
B is the warrant register.
Yes, so these are,
It could be
this one
for
doesn't
14.
have one. Oh, I think this is the one that came in at the end and her card was here in a different pile. 14, 14, 14, 14 A and B. So the only item that we have pulled from the public is item T.
So I'll move A and B.
I'll second the motion.
Motion passes 5-0 related to consent calendar items A and B.
Item T, recommendation to adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the City Council in the City of Palm Desert, California, approving an administrative policy regarding the use of service animals."
Honorable Mayor and council members, Chris Gary with the Public Works Department. The staff report is in front of you. If there's any questions you have, I will do my best to answer them. We also have a disability consultant available as well.
That is very good to hear. Does anyone have a question, comment from dais? Okay, I would like to invite Raven Weiss, please. Thank you, Raven, and Raven with you. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I've talked with you before and I received information on your ADA 002. It's terrible. First of all, must generally allow a service dog? No, you always allow a service dog. The only time a service dog is not allowed is if there is a blood situation or it's on private property where we would talk about Indian reservations or something like that. Must generally allow does not tell any of your restaurant people when I walk in a door that I'm allowed to sit down. I'm allowed to walk up to a galley kitchen and get food. Must generally allow does not cover it. You're not telling people what they need to do and how they need to do it. You're not telling people that basically the 2 questions that you're allowed to ask does not tell me that I have to explain to someone what my disabilities are. I don't have to tell anybody. I have a service dog. It's an allowed service dog. I don't need to tell you guys anything. When I walk up to someone and they ask me those 2 allowed questions, this is my service dog and he medically alerts on me. Now, does any other employees know that? No, they do not. I do not have to prove to be able to sit down and eat. You guys are doing an agenda to be able to guide your city, to be able to provide them. Do you know that in the States, no, in the United States, the census 2021 basically stated 42.5 million people disabled that are not institutionalized. Okay, I've got a DOJ open, but that doesn't take care of the problems when I still walk into a restaurant and I still get the problems. You don't have down how much your fees are when someone breaks the law. It's a minimum up to $4,000 and it can go higher than that. I'm okay. This isn't done properly. You're not giving guidance. You're not helping us. I have had people cuss, scream, back me into a corner, and then go off on me. And that was one of your restaurants that it's done it many times. This needs to be revised.
Thank you. At this point, I have a question. You said you have a disability expert or consultant?
Mayor Quintanilla, yes, we do. The city contracts with disability access consultants, and we have Jenny Grover online, who we've been working with for a few years now.
My question is, according to what the resolution states, is that if an individual does have an experience in which there has been a violation, what is the city able to do beyond just referring them to the Department of Justice? I first met Ms. Raven some time ago, and since then there has been no traction with the Department of Justice. And clearly she does deserve justice as a woman who requires her service animals. And this is only one person that has come to alert us. That doesn't account for all of the people that have had the experience but don't know where to turn. Are we able to provide recourse beyond just assisting with the DOJ claim?
Mayor Quintanilla, it is my understanding, though, that we provide guidance to those that are in the that's not within the public realm. So if something is occurring on private property, we take it on a case-by-case instance, and we work with disability access consultants on what that direction may be, depending on what those circumstances may be. And many times when we're informed of something or a business that is being complained about, what we do is contact that business, and usually they rectify what the situation is, not knowing that they're in violation with ADA.
Thank you. I have other questions, comments? Yes, please.
Directing attention to the phrase must generally allow service animals. What is the reason for including the word generally? Because it does appear to hint at exceptions. So if there aren't exceptions, we shouldn't hint that there are.
Councilmember Kelly, if you don't mind, if I can ask if we can elevate our disability access consultant, Jenny Grover, please.
Yes, please. That would be great.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Jenny with Disability Access Consultants. Thank you very much for allowing me to participate in the meeting this evening. One of the reasons that the phrase generally is allowed and used in there is because there are very limited times where someone may be asked to have their service animal removed from the premises. So that's why the guidance it allows city staff to know that there are times that they're going to be able to ask the person to say, you know, your dog is misbehaving, your dog is dangerous, it's jumping up on people, it is not housebroken, and we must ask you to remove your service animal. You may return to our program, service, activity, or event, but you must remove your service animal.
I think that what Councilmember Kelly was still asking is that it doesn't state that. It just says generally. I would recommend that we include some of that language that says if your animal, for example, is being aggressive, if your service animal is jumping on you, they could be alerting you. You don't know why that animal is behaving in that way. And under ADA, she doesn't have to, or anybody else, have the right or to even be questioned. You shouldn't be subject to that. If we can have a policy with mini horses, we can have a policy that includes, there are exceptions or exceptions that could include, as mentioned, right? If there is an incident where there is a lot of blood, or saying these are typical exceptions. So it clarifies that it's not, you know, willy-nilly. This is a major concern. I didn't know that we had that many disabled individuals here.
Mayor?
Oh, may I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think it's problematic to hint that there are exceptions, but not define the exceptions because it invites uncertainty. So if our goal is to put proprietors on notice of what's required, I am going to suggest that this be postponed to a date uncertain to allow staff to work with that.
Council members, if I may, I do want to direct the council's attention to guideline B, which describes those exceptions that we just heard from the consultant. So it does, if it helps at all, it does have in the guidelines, a person with a disability cannot be asked to remove his service animal from the premises unless, and then it has those same conditions listed out there. The must generally allow is sort of an introductory paragraph that, you know, it is sort of a signal. It does suggest that there are exceptions. And then if the council is satisfied with paragraph B as sufficiently explanatory, that might get us across the finish line. If there's further feedback, that's fine too.
Well,
it says legitimate. Oh, sorry.
If those are the sole exceptions, then I would say it's better to take out the word generally and just say must allow service animals except as provided herein, so that there's not a lack of clarity. Does that work?
That works for me. I'll wait for the vote.
Is that going to be a motion then to?
Yes.
Well, I'll second the motion then.
Before we vote, I'm looking at it and yes, there is language for it. But when it says where there is a legitimate reason, who is going to make the determination at that time? I understand if your animal is housebroken. I can understand that. That no one would have a problem with. But we still get into the issue that we are not allowed under the Americans with Disability Act permitted legally to ask, excuse me, what's your disability? There are invisible disabilities. Not everyone who walks with a cane or has any outward facing necessity will have that pass per se. We have to understand people with diabetes, right? You could have a dog that detects your glucose levels, things that we don't know. And I still have a concern over that word that's permitted there. For example, when I spoke with Ms. Weiss, she did receive a very hostile response. And they said, I don't care if it's a service animal or not. They seated her somewhere. They didn't want her there. And then it just became an issue. It escalated from there. So this kind of a thing would still allow any patron to say, I don't believe it's legitimate. I'm sure that somehow, somewhere in all of the federal legal code that addresses this and the policies that should be there should find clearer language to do this. I appreciate that it simplifies and that we're going to have a policy. I love it. I'm happy that this is being acknowledged. But if we are going to take this in a way that benefits everybody that can be protected under this, that we really need to do our due diligence. So I would, I am in favor. I would just ask that we have a broader analysis or more comprehensive language that doesn't make it subjective to find the legitimacy.
May I?
Yes. I
Go ahead.
think taking out the word generally removes the ambiguity. So I'm content with the motion as made.
I think that there are folks that are going to try to go between one and the other and say, this is where this part says here, but I am still looking at legitimate or illegitimate. I think that we can have and look at both. I think that we can look at both. I think it's a start. I think that we can still have the opportunity to improve on this. As I mentioned, people have the right to exist, to be out, to have a service animal with them. And we would be in violation of permitting anyone to have that kind of discrimination for a medical need.
Perhaps the wording on B, after you have listed 1 and 2, because out of control and the handler does not take effective action to control it, or 2, the dog is not housebroken. And under either of those circumstances, there is a reason to ask that the service animal to be removed. I think we can, I see here, we can definitely take that wording and fix it so that it directly gives a nod to either the number 1 or not 2, and nothing is ambiguous about that then. And we can get this in place and protect the people who need to have their service animals with them.
I agree. As long as 1 and 2 are there, that really clarifies it. And I understand where the other
Right.
concern.
May I add to the motion then to strike in B, to strike the phrase, when there is a legitimate reason to ask that a service animal be removed, and replace it with, in either of these circumstances, comma. So the sentence would then read, in either of these circumstances, staff must, etc.
And with the word generally, where I'm looking at,
That's
just to be
on the
sure.
first page.
On the, okay, first page. So would that be part of your motion as your
Yes.
earlier mention to?
Both.
Okay, to strike generally and to change the other language. I think this is much more comprehensive and also addresses the people that want to put a pink sparkly rhinestone service animal vest on their dog so they can keep it in their purse and not worry about it. So absolutely, there is abuse, but we shouldn't create any problems for those. So I appreciate and thank you, Councilmember Kelly, for helping identify ways to look at that. And also, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So we have a
Oh.
Motion passes 5-0. As amended.
Perfect. So that was the end of the consent.
I'm sorry, if I'm
Okay.
mistaken, I thought that Mayor Pro Tem Quintanilla, or sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Harnick had asked for 13J.
Okay, my apologies. Let's go back
I
to
did.
13.
Oh, you did not.
I did.
Item.
And this, on item J, it's simply this. Yeah. It's simply this. We have in our packet the discussion and the staff report regarding the bench.
Mayor Pro Tem, can we name the list of the items so that we can ensure that it's on the
Sure.
record which one
Most
we're
certainly.
talking about? So
Authorize-
item 13J is specifically relating to, it is specifically related to approving the relocation of recycle by, was this I or J? Should have brought glasses. Authorize the purchase, is that J the one you're talking about?
I'm talking
Okay.
about J.
Authorize the purchase of bench and waste bin replacement for El Paseo from Outdoor Creations Incorporated.
And everything is clear in here. I read the staff report. The only thing I ask is what we have, and I don't have a better way to express it, but it's a blueprint type of rendering, and it really doesn't show us what these look like. And our last benches and waste receptacles stayed on El Paseo for 12 years, and I can only assume and hope that we'll have these for 12 years also. But I think it's important that we see exactly what they look like, and we don't have to have the rendering with our logo on it, although I'm sure they could graphically impose it, but we don't have to do that. But I think it would be a great idea for us to have a photo of the exact receptacles and benches that we'll be using, in that they're going to last a long time, and we can see the color. And I hate to rush something that we're going to have there for 12 years. I think we have the time to take for something that we know we're going to have for a long time on El Paseo. So I just asked to continue it so that we can see a picture of them.
I support a continuance.
I'm happy to work with the vendor to get the renderings of the designs for you.
Just if, like a picture. So we don't want an artist rendering. We want an actual what it is. Thank
Absolutely,
you.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, wait, vote on continuance?
I move to continue. And do you suppose we could do it at our next meeting? Or I move to continue it to our next meeting.
I second to our earliest possible convenience.
By consensus, anybody opposed?
No,
Well,
Thank you.
would you like a separate vote? I assume we had consensus. Can you please have an
I'm
electronic
wary
vote?
of the word consensus. Let's just vote.
Did I lock it? Okay. Oh, I went to lock it at the same time. So my vote, if you can please record as a
Certainly.
yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And I did have a note, but pulled it just for a comment. When people have been asking about purchasing the art sculptures, just to clarify, that does not come from the general fund. Those come from developer fees, that it's its own separate thing. So I know there had been concern about that, and I didn't get a chance to pull that. So once again, we have concluded our business with the consent calendar, and we move on to the action calendar. Okay, action calendar. The public may comment on individual items within the 3-minute time limit. Speakers may utilize one of the 3 options listed on the first page on the agenda. First item is 14A, resolution approving final tract map number 38434-1 and grading, subdivision improvement, and maintenance and easement agreements.
I need to recuse myself.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tandy, could you just briefly explain the nature of the recusal?
I live too close to the project,
Thank
so I must recuse myself.
Please.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Carlos Flores, Principal Planner, here to present on this item. This item, as you may recall and remember, was considered at the July 11th City Council meeting and was continued to this date, August 22nd, to allow for more time to review all of the documents that were submitted with the item. Per our municipal code, the City Council shall approve a final map if it's determined to be in conformity with the requirements and the conditions of approval of the tentative map. So a bit of a refresher from previously communicated, city staff reviewed the entirety of the final map and found the public improvement plans were approved by the city engineer. The subdivision agreements that are required between the city and the subdivider is executed, and security bonds were posted by the subdivider for public improvements. Wanted to note some things that have occurred since July 11th until today's meeting of August 22nd. The developer did finalize what is being referred to as the Del Webb Explore Action Plan. This includes a process to request property damage claims. There is a centralized email up there on the screen, as well as on the city website and on their action plan. For anyone listening online and for ease of use, there is a website on this project, www.palmdesert.gov/refuge, and it has all the information on project history, as well as moving forward inspections and things of that nature. So going back.
Can we please be sure to also read out the email and phone number that are presented in this slide?
Of course. So the centralized email that goes to the developer is dwexploreland@pultegroup.com. That's dwexploreland@pultegroup.com. And the phone number is 1-877-724-6593. This is a centralized email and phone number that the developers provided to log complaints and claims. Anything from day-to-day activities for as well as kind of big picture questions. The city staff also has a central log of complaints where we are receiving and making sure that they are responded to in a timely manner. The developer has also been sending city staff on a weekly basis all of the calls and emails that they have received and how they are responding to them to make sure for us to know, which ones they are responding to and the timeliness of it. Also, since July 11th, the developer, they have enhanced their dust control measures. They relocated construction activity. That was a big talking point during previous community meetings, as well as communication we received. They have certified their pad elevations on their site. They've responded to drainage concerns and paid for cleaning services for some residents. Also wanted to reiterate from the previous meeting, since entitlement in terms of preliminary plans and all the way throughout, drainage plans have been reviewed by our city engineer, as well as by a third-party engineer, and the State Water Resources Control Board also reviewed some of the plans and found them all to be in compliance and actually exceeding in some areas the amount of stormwater capture that they are required to do. So all that said, a brief history on the project. August 11, 2022, this project was brought forward to City Council after it was recommended for approval by our Planning Commission. At that time, what was approved was a specific plan, as well as tentative tract map 38434. In September of 2023, there was a proposed revision to the tentative tract map, which revised some of the circulation and layout and reduced the number of lots on the site from 339 to 332. Planning Commission's ultimate approval on tentative tract maps. They approved it at that time. On March 4th of 2024, there was a second revision to this tentative map, which revised the pad elevations, where some of the pad elevations on the northwest portion of the site were raised and everything else and was either reduced slightly or kept the same. March 4, 2024, that is the last version of the tentative tract map and the effective tentative tract map 38434. That map includes 332 single-family detached units. It had revised pad elevations. There's 20 lots of open space or retention area, including a 45-foot landscape buffer. There's one lot identified on the map for a future condominium project. And the map also includes capacity of the retention basins. They were increased from a 100-year storm capture, which is our requirement, to being able to capture a 500-year storm. So today, what is in front of you is final tract map 38431-1. Sorry, 38434-1. This project is allowed to be submitted for final map consideration on a phased basis. And so the phase in front of you today is the northern part of the site. So only that northern part is what's up for consideration today. That portion includes 135 single-family homes, 10 street and infrastructure lots, 11 open space and retention lots, and 1 clubhouse lot. It omits an excess right-of-way portion of Lot A. If you recall, this was a agenda topic back in July. So what this includes is the final map documents included financial securities for all public improvements associated with the phase, including the subdivision improvement agreement and grading agreement with associated bonds. The applicant, after the July meeting, did provide updated securities estimates, which our city staff and engineering staff reviewed, and they posted an additional bond at the amount of just over $1.7 million to account for a revised engineering estimate on the street and storm drain bond. The map documents also include access easements and maintenance and easement agreement. Want to note and reiterate again, the city engineers deemed the map technically correct and that all conditions of approval from the tentative tract map have been satisfied. So I went through it in July in terms of going line by line on each condition of approval. I'm not going to do that again, but just wanted to point out that part of the exercise for city staff as we review final maps is that we take all of the applicable conditions of approval. In this case, there was 3 resolutions from Planning Commission and City Council, which are the effective resolutions with conditions of approval listed. They have conditions from planning, land development, which is our engineering staff, as well as the fire department, and that we review to make sure that they are in compliance with every single condition of approval before it's able to come forward in front of you for a final map. So the approval of final map is ministerial because it must be approved if it's in substantial conformance with the approved tentative map. This is the action that converts it from a tentative to a legal subdivision of land, establishes how many lots will be created and what shape they will take. Again, this project has been deemed to meet all city standards. Concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions from our council members? Any comments before I go to our public comments? Okay, first public comment is from Janet Korchinski.
Thank you. I live directly south of Pulte's Refuge Explore development. I represent 70 households in the 2 existing communities to the south and east. Using logic, common sense, and simple math, we can see that there was no good reason to raise the refuge elevation you see here. Roman aqueducts typically had a very slight gradient to ensure a continuous flow of water without causing erosion or stagnation. The gradient was actually 1 unit of vertical drop for every 3,000 units of horizontal distance. Using Pulte's figures, they needed less than a 3-foot drop in elevation for drainage of their development. Also using their figures, they already had a 13-foot drop. Google Earth and USGS topography maps both show a 27-foot drop before they built the mountain of sand. Rainfall on the newly built 4 football fields long, 11-foot high elevation slope behind our existing neighborhood wall will collect in the drainage ditch directly behind our wall. The elevation and ditch were built for no good reason except to give the developer 360-degree view homes. As you can see on the label on the page 6 and 9 of their landscaping plans. Pulte's drainage plans for this ditch are based on a 24-hour period with 6.4 inches of rain, which is considered a 500-year storm. In September of 1976, Hurricane Kathleen poured 18 inches of steady torrential rain in the valley. In 1979, Tropical Storm Dolores dumped 15 inches in some locations, and last year, Hurricane Hilary wreaked havoc here. When answering questions, Pulte talks about percolation rates, retention basins, etc. But we are talking about their man-made escarpment channeling water into a man-made ditch behind the Kaufman Road wall, with water rushing with force toward the Shepherd Lane wall, expected to make a magical 90-degree turn at the corner. For 27 years, we have had no flooding in our neighborhood, even with Hurricane Hilary. We do not want to experience flooding, let alone issues of safety, privacy, and loss of home values because a developer wants to make more money selling or renting homes with views we once had. We are battling for our natural rights against a predatory and exploitative development consortium. Public policy on social environmental matters is appropriately the responsibility of elected officials. When errors are made, they should be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that we had another card for Mr. Krasinski, but I think it may have gone over with you as well. Okay, please come on up. Oh, no, he had started to speak and then we cut you off because I said it's on the action item, not consent. So
Thank you for having me back.
thank you.
It's a fact, water will flow downhill. Presently, 17 homeowners along Woodward Drive are now having to deal with an 11-foot high escarpment, the length of 4 football fields. The flood channel in between is cleverly called a meandering trail by the developers, open for all to enjoy. Their claim was that they needed this 11-foot mound to keep them from flooding. Now remember that water will flow downhill. The elevation drop from their view lots to the northern end of their development is 13 feet by their figures and 24 feet if you add the escarpment. Again, water will flow downhill. Just how did the developers convince our city staff and council otherwise? How did these plans get approved by the city? We have shown the approval process was flawed. Planning commissioners not told we had concerns about flooding, confusing letters coming from various unknown entities rather than the city and being thrown away as junk mail. Requests for information such as percolation tests and grading plans being ignored or delayed until too late. A water specialist ignored when he tried to show there was a problem. For our safety, our loss of privacy, our loss of home value, and loss of view, I ask you to please make them take the grading back to the original elevation. I thank you.
Next speaker, Eric Livingstone.
Hi, thank you, council members and mayor, for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Eric Livingstone. I've been a proud resident of the Palm Desert for 38 years. U.S. Marine Corps veteran and registered nurse serving our community at Eisenhower Medical Center for the past 20 years. I've always been committed to the well-being of our community, and I am here today to express my deep concern about the ongoing refuge project, particularly the 11-foot wall of dirt that's been erected directly behind our home. Over the years, Palm Desert's been a shining example of community that its values residents, protects its natural beauty, and preserves the unobstructed views of what we all cherish. This project, however, stands in stark contrast to those values. The construction of this wall has not only obliterated the view that my family and I, along with our neighbors, have enjoyed over the past 3 decades, but it has also compromised our privacy and mental well-being. The thought that our homes above us will now also have view-through fences to allow them unobstructed views into our backyards, kitchens, and bedrooms is deeply troubling and feels like a violation of our rights as homeowners. This situation reflects a serious lapse in judgment. The idea that this is the only viable option to maintain water drainage simply is not true. There are multiple alternatives, such as installing pump stations, which would achieve the same goal without infringing on the quality of life of longstanding residents. The decision to proceed with the current plan seems to be driven by cost rather than best interest of the community. It's about more than just preserving views. It's about respecting the dignity and privacy of those people who have built their lives here. Moreover, the 11-foot berm of sand that has been constructed behind our homes presents an additional concern. Sand is not a stable material. It's not a compactable like dirt. The potential for this berm to collapse in the future possesses a serious safety risk, not only to the properties, but to the residents themselves. This is not a small issue. It's a matter of public safety that needs immediate attention. I implore you, the members of this council, and our mayor to take action. Let's stop this project in the current form and regrade the hill to where it was in line with other homes of the area. We're not asking for these homes to be removed, but we are asking for a fair compromise that considers the well-being of all residents, not just those who stand to gain a new view. Thank you for your time and considering the impact of the project that has on your constituents. We trust that you'll make the right decision to protect the community and integrity of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz Bauer, please.
Hello. So same issue, regarding that mountain that is behind our house. You know, I'm still hoping that the city can make amendments to that elevation of the housing behind us. I know that Pulte's claim, was for drainage, and really they just wanted view lots. And now these view lots are gonna have view fences. And if you've looked, I mean, I know you saw the picture of the mountain with the fences on it, but I sent an email earlier with a picture from my bedroom, from our neighbor's kitchen. All you see is the mountain and you see the chain link fence. So these view through fences will be looking right into my bedroom, right into their kitchen, and right into everybody on that street's home. That's, I mean, all our houses face out, all our back is all they're gonna see. We're just kind of hoping you can, you know, make it right, bring it to where it was, you know? I have a friend who's a civil engineer in SLO. And when I told him what was happening and I sent him pictures, he actually laughed because he says that sand is just rocks. In the end, it's just rocks. It doesn't compact. It's just rock. It's not like earth that you can compact. And it's a matter of, not a matter of if, but when. It all erodes away. And that, you know, brings a safety issue to us. And these homes, you know, everything, if you think about it, you know, you have the whole coastline. These homes are collapsing because of erosion. The PCH is collapsing constantly. It's constantly shut down up north because of erosion. There will be erosion and those houses will fall. So now these new houses will fall. It won't happen now, but it will happen. And then it'll land in my backyard. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You know, I just feel like everything is fine until it's not. And maybe we can just fix it before it's not. You know, just keep it all. We're not asking to not have houses. I actually welcome the houses to get rid of the dust. Oh my God, that would be amazing to get rid of all that dust. I just don't want, I just make it level, make it right, make it the actual natural elevation and don't take away our views. Everybody can be happy and we'll get off your back in the end of it all. But yeah, everything's fine until it's not. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer. Last speaker is James Vaughn.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. He's representing the applicant. I wanted to go last. I do have one Zoom speaker.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Elsie?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can.
Okay, good. My name is Linda Candler. I live at 7404 Ocean Nook Circle. I am again here for the fourth time to complain and challenge Pulte and the city planning department on approval, in particular this time of the rough grading plan, which was approved back in March. One of the reasons for that is there was always promised a 50-foot landscape buffer. As everyone previous to me has talked about, the slope is steep, it's high, it's too close to our houses. Even moving it in 5 feet, as this proposed tract map now does, and which significantly the rough grading plan did without telling anyone about it, makes a difference. Also, this creation of a huge retention basin in the corner of the southeast corner, which is where our house is, has caused an additional 3 feet to be dug down. So now our slope is even higher. It's 3 feet higher, and it's about 11 feet closer to our house than it should be because of the grading changes. The Desert Sun notice, I've attached a copy in my written comments, said only that this hearing related to a 6-inch pad height elevation change. And we were told by Pulte, actually it was working in our favor. It was lowering it by 6 inches. We didn't need to go to the hearing. Well, guess what? That hearing completely changed the grading plan. The preliminary grading plan still had the 50-foot buffer zone. The specific plan references in many, many places that it's a 50-foot buffer zone. In fact, the city's own website, if you click on the refuge project, still says it's a 50-foot buffer zone. So give us back the 5 feet. Move that slope, grade it differently. It's too high. The other thing the rough grading plan did, I've noticed back in the southeast corner, if you look up there, now they've got a drainage line coming down from the streets, at least 4 big streets, streets F, L, O, and P. They drain down to the retention basins in the buffer zone. Pulte says all the water from the site is supposed to drain to the north. It's draining down into a big retention basin, and then it's supposed to be in a pipe making a sharp, at that point it would be a left turn north towards Gerald Ford. But when you look at the elevations of the walking path, it goes from north to south lower. So it's funneling water again, coming down the slopes from at least 10 homes up on the new high pad site of the project, down the hill, into the walkway, down to this retention basin. It's going the wrong direction. And the other problem I have is that they say there's a pipe. I asked about this specifically to get confirmation because you can see it come from the corner there of Street F down into the corner to this retention basin. Then supposedly that pipe makes a turn and goes all the way up by Gerald Ford. But like I said, it's graded so that the slope.
Thank you
of the
very
walking
much. Your
path
3
becomes
minutes
lower.
are up. I cut off everybody at 3. I appreciate you for phoning in or joining us virtually. Our last speaker now is James Vaughn.
Honorable Mayor Quintanilla, members of the council, my name is James Vaughn and I am the land use counsel for the applicant Pulte Homes. First, I just want to thank staff for the hard work over the last number of months addressing these issues that you heard about again tonight, in particular pad heights and the hydrology plan for the project. It is certainly understandable that the adjacent residents have concerns, and those concerns, frankly, have been fully vetted in the public hearing process approximately 2 years ago. And those issues were addressed at that time and approved by the city council. And the issues were raised at that time. Despite that fact, and despite Pulte Homes purchasing the property with those approvals in place and those pad heights already determined, we, along with staff, have worked very hard over the last few months to address the concerns, and you saw that in the staff report. Additional measures above and beyond the legal requirements on dust control and many other issues. The pad heights were, again, certified and the results were made public. The hydrology reports were reviewed and approved and certified by multiple parties, the city, third-party consultants, even the state. So these issues have been fully vetted, but that's not what's before you tonight. As you heard in the staff report and saw in the staff report, the city engineer has determined that the final map conforms with the approved tentative map, that all conditions of approval have been satisfied, and that all legal requirements have been met. Under Government Code Section 66458 and under the Municipal Code, Chapter 2624, once those determinations are made by the city engineer and staff, the city council's duty to approve the final map is ministerial and it's mandatory. You are not offered discretion to make changes to the map or the pad heights or the hydrology plan at this point. You also do not have discretion to delay the matter beyond tonight's public hearing. The law on this is crystal clear. We thank you for your effort. We trust that you will uphold your duty and your legal duty to approve the final map tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the council?
I have a couple
Yes.
questions. I'm not sure, give it a try. I'm not sure who the correct person is to answer the question. I heard a reference to view-through fencing. I had the impression from the materials that it would be a wall at the south end of the property.
So there's existing walls from the existing residents that are there, right? And the walls for the new homes, those for one have not been finalized at this time. And for two, they have toyed back and forth between a block wall or a view wall. Part of that is, in talking to the developer, they do want to do that outreach to see what would be better for the community.
All right. And I understand that the lots at the south end are.
Excuse me, you said view through, can you just explain exactly what that is?
So view through fences a lot of times are those like tubular steel fences that you're able to actually see through them. So that's a block wall, right? You're not able to see fully through it. A view through fencing is typically like your tubular steel, your wrought iron fencing, where you can, if you imagine driving down the street and someone's front yard has that wrought iron fence where you can actually see their front yard. It's placed in certain areas to be able to fully see.
So we don't know if it's wrought iron, if it's chain link.
It won't be chain link. The final.
Thank you.
May. So that south sector, however, is not part of the tract map up for approval tonight.
Correct.
So there's considerable time for the developer to work with the community to resolve that concern.
Correct.
Please do. The second question that came up was a concern about the slope eroding. I'd like to hear someone speak to what engineering is going to protect from erosion of the slope. Greetings.
Tim Jonason with HR Green and contract city engineer for the project. So the basic way you protect against that is you don't allow drainage over the slope in the first place. And that is how the lots will be graded towards the street, not back towards the slope. Then typically they're landscaped. DG is stabilized on the slope so that the rainfall that might occur on the slope itself does not result in erosion either.
So anytime there's a downpour, DG ends up in the street.
Yeah, it
So
often does.
what's the better idea?
Well, more stabilizer, and this will be maintained, as I understand it, by an HOA. They'll need to go back out periodically and stabilize it, just like we see all the retention basins in the valley when we have any significant rainfall. They go back, put the DG back, whatever landscaping they need to repair and so forth.
Would just feature this as another issue
Yeah.
that seems to warrant some attention before the south sector comes back to us. Because the concern they're expressing is that if there's a downpour right on the slope, some of that DG and sand ends up in their backyard. And we did have an occurrence just this summer where the rain was so concentrated in one part of the city. The impact on them was tantamount to Hillary. And it was a fairly small sector of the city, but that's going to happen more frequently than every 500 years. Just from summer downpours, and it depends on where it happens to focus. So these things I appreciate are not before us tonight, but I encourage you to make our job easier by working on them before the south sector track map comes back to us.
Thank you, Councilmember Kelly. Other comments, questions?
I have a question. Sure. I just want to be crystal clear on this. The track map, can you give me the streets that abut the tract that we are tonight adopting or approving?
I know.
We know it's Gerald.
Yeah, it's nice to have an exhibit for this.
You're asking for the neighboring streets to
Yeah,
the east?
Well, south, north.
Well, the perimeter would be nice so everyone can have an idea.
Yeah, I want to be absolutely clear. And that's perfect. This is what I have in front of me.
So to the south, right, there's no existing residents to the south of the one we're considering today, since it cuts off within the project itself, if that makes sense. So the south part of it, south of that is vacant land right now.
So we're looking at, talk to me about where Julie Lane lands in what we're approving today.
So Julie Lane, if you see on the screen,
I see it.
the pointer's not working that well.
That's
Is
okay.
it accurate to say what's before us tonight is the north half?
Correct.
So
It's that
everything
north.
north of Julie Lane is what,
No, not north of Julie Lane. North of, let me see if I can find that street. You see Julie Lane is
right there.
right where the project
Uh-huh.
enters, and you have about 3 streets, so 3 cul-de-sacs,
Mhm.
and that's where it ends. Let me see if I can get those 3 streets.
But the rest of the project is beneath what we're looking at.
Correct. The rest of the project, including Woodward, which is, where a lot of the residents have commented on, that is further south from here.
And that is the part we are not approving tonight.
Correct. That is phase 2.
Okay.
The third cul-de-sac south of Julie Lane is Portola Point Lane.
So, I mean, could you possibly just give me the perimeter? I see Julie Lane goes into the project. Then we have, I'm assuming, what is the street that is running north and south that then goes to Gerald Ford?
So that is Explorer Drive. So that is a new street for this project, as well as Vitalia. And it goes down this way, but as you can see, this is the cutoff for this phase right here. So if you're entering off Gerald Ford, you would come in on Explorer Drive. And here is a new street, Desert Oasis Drive. All these streets here are new, and this is where it cuts off for this project. for this phase, sorry, of this project.
And so Woodward is how far south? Or Woodward, I'm sorry.
I don't have the exact dimension from here, but the entirety of the project, so phase 1 and 2, is about 40 acres. To give some, perspective on that, and this is just the top half of it.
So we're looking at 20 today, basically.
Give or take.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's what I needed.
Mr. Truby, question? Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Actually, question for Carlos. So the change in pad heights, I have to talk to Carlos, sorry. Can't address anybody from the audience. The change in pad heights was asked for at the Planning Commission meeting March 5th. Is that right? By
Correct.
developer?
Correct. There's a change in pad heights so you have the original approval in August 2022. They revised it in September of 23. And then from that approval, they revised pad heights for March of 2024.
Gotcha. And is there any dispute about what was the ask for the change in pad heights? How much? Is there any dispute between Pulte and the residents about how much the pad heights changed?
Not to my understanding on how much. And the reason that came to our planning commission, we have within our code provisions on changes of pad heights. And we actually put stricter conditions on this project where any request for any change of pad height had to be reviewed by city staff, and anything more than 6 inches had to be reviewed by planning commission. And so they were raising the pad heights on the northwest portion of the site by more than 6 inches, and reducing them in some areas of the southeast by less than that. And so it had to go to planning commission. And then they changed it throughout, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So you said that for this one, you were stricter than you would have been for other projects. You said planning. So just to clarify.
Correct, because we have our municipal code requirement and we put conditions on top of that, and then specified stricter conditions on lots on the south and east perimeters of the site.
Thank you. My questions are in terms of some of the more observations. Well, for one, as the residents have been coming forward and asking their questions, and we're looking at the staff reports, when we were shown the original slides with the grading, it reminded me, or I was kind of under the impression that it was similar from when we were looking at streets and making sure where were we measuring? Were we measuring from the street? Were we measuring from the curb? And that was my thinking of why at some point it had been feasible or acceptable. But with all of these concerns and the mudslides and all of that, because it's mud, it would become mud. It wouldn't be sand. And as mentioned, sand is not, I mean, it's rock. We're not going to be able to control it. And as mentioned, how are we going to try to contain it? I don't foresee any type of desert vegetation that could be put into place to hold in that much sand. When we see some of the stuff that happens on the roads, the verbenia is nice and low, but that's not going to keep it down. Our creosote, I mean, what are we going to do? Layer it and completely pack it with creosote?
So Mayor, one of the things that we do, the geotechnical folks do, is they set a minimum or maximum slope, and that's what these are set at, where the material, not to get too technical, angular repose, will keep the slope stable at that slope. And so at a 2-to-1 slope, which is what is graded out there right now, as a matter of fact, the material itself, and it's been, sieve analysis and all of the geotechnical work has been done to make sure that it can stand up at that.
Looking at our members in the audience, there's a difference between being too technical and working to make it understandable. And if you need to take a little bit of time to figure out how to change it, because this is an important way. Again, I'm seeing folks that still have questions. And when you're talking about a 2-to-1 ratio, at what point are we measuring? I'm much more of a visual person. So I'm asking you if you can please help us understand it in lay terms.
Yeah, I think that, again, I'm an engineer, I like to be able to draw things, and I can't do that right now, but a 2-to-1 slope would be 2 feet out for every foot rise in elevation. And
We're looking at nice
that's,
Pythagorean math, right?
yeah, there we go. There we go. The hypotenuse there and everything. So anyway, but that's the standard, pretty much across all the agencies out here. That's a standard, maximum slope is a 2-to-1 slope.
But that still goes back to my question of regardless of, we're looking at the hypotenuse of
Yes.
a slope that would allow the sand to go quicker. If we were looking at a
Well,
60-30 angle, that would
Yeah.
make it slower. But if you're telling me that it's 2-to-1, that's going to
Yes.
make it go faster.
Well, as opposed to a 3-to-1, 4-to-1, or something like that, yes, you're at a steeper angle by doing that. But again, the geotechnical analysis says this material is stable at that slope.
But is that study based on sand or on soil
It's-
altogether?
So when the getting really into the weeds now, but
Well, we're
there-
literally talking about weeds, right?
Yeah,
But we have
yes,
weeds in there
exactly.
to prevent sand.
So there is part of the hydrology study. So going back to square one is an analysis of your soil type, the rainfall characteristics that we're talking about, where the water is going to end up when it hits the ground. All of that is taken into consideration as part of the geotechnical analysis that is the basis for the hydrology study that the engineer takes from that point and comes up with what grades of streets, storm drains, and everything else needs to be in order to make the site drain safely. So that is part of that whole soils characteristic and analysis is taken into account in the hydrology study at the beginning of the project.
All of that understood, accepted, that there is research. The
Yeah.
concerns continue to be. The concerns from the residents that are going to be impacted when it happens aren't going to be validated by, well, US Geological Society said it really shouldn't have happened. Is there a way to have some sort of plant mitigation? Is that a possibility? Even if it's more expensive, we could be talking about
Right.
human life. If someone gets rushed down the street, we don't know. This is public safety, and we want to be sure that we do it right.
So, 40 years ago, the solution was to put turf on everything, and that will stabilize your slope. But we know that uses water in order to do it. And so gradually, all of the basins going around the valley in order to do turf reduction, like you're doing at Desert Willow, for instance, has been to go back to native or compacted DG to stabilize slopes. And then plantings are generally done just for ornamental, to break up kind of the monotony of just having DG out there. But that's really, what is was the preferred way for many years out here in order to stabilize slopes.
And my other question, speaking of looking at it, is one of our speakers had mentioned at the SCE panel that I was at recently, I think it was the mayor of Malibu that said, here are the slopes. Here are the slopes. This is how dangerous it is. And then SCE mentioned, or the context came in of the access to power. Are there any power lines that go anywhere near that could be of concern?
I'm not
I know it's a
aware.
pop quiz.
Yeah,
Just
I
all
know.
of these
I
ideas
think
that are
Gerald
popped up.
Ford is the closest location for power lines, but I don't recall off the top of my head where they are. And by the way, Malibu is a completely different situation because you're talking about uncompacted materials on a much steeper slope than 2-to-1, frankly, that are failing. These are engineered slopes that are compacted to certain densities to make sure that they are going to support whatever structures are put on top of them.
How much can you compact sand to really accommodate for
About-
that? I mean, I remember seeing that. I remember seeing it. I remember my brother coming home thigh high in mud. I said, what were you doing? Where were you? He said, we were walking back and we got caught in a flash flood, a surprise flood. I mean, it may be too nuanced. It may be the detail. It may get irritating to beat the horse, but we have to be sure. One other question I have is that just my last point here. When we are up here, you have 4 people before you that are listening to and are able to provide comments. We were only able to see that there were 3 of the 5 planning commissioners present for some of these decisions, if not all, because I see that Nancy DeLuna and Commissioner Gregory had recused themselves. Is that correct? Because I'm trying to go back and see what page I was browsing through, and it said that there was recusal.
We'd have to go back to the minutes, but if that is in the minutes, then yes, they likely did recuse themselves.
Yeah, that I could see where there would be some concern over the fact that it is 3 out of 5. Absolutely, 3 out of 5 is the majority, and there's a lot at stake. People have invested in this. We're not going to possibly ever please everybody. Completely, wholeheartedly understand that as an impossibility, but I just wanted to be sure to highlight that that would be of concern to me, because if it's not, why would there now be a hotline and an email to be able to contact them with an early or?
May I
Yes, please.
make a suggestion? We've clearly featured the major topics of concern about the southern boundary. We've also learned that we're legally required to approve the tract map for the north sector. Thankfully, there will be an intervening time before the south sector comes back to us. So that affords the developer time to have an approach and a presentation about the erosion issue that will bring some comfort, and also time to work with the community on the style of wall or fence at the top of that incline. So I think we have very well identified those issues that we would like to see resolved before the south sector comes back to us. But in terms of this evening's business, we are required to approve the north sector. So I will move that we do so.
And I'll second so that I may make some comments. And Councilmember Kelly said it right. We're here today and we shall approve this final tract map. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. That's the way it is. I do hope you'll consider what you've heard these neighbors say. And the height of those pads will not only obstruct a view, which no one owns a view, so that happens sometimes, but it will create animus in neighborhoods, and it will create unhappy neighborhoods and neighbors who will never have that feeling of having a good neighbor. And I hope you'll reconsider those pad heights. I understand money and earth moving and all that, but what is happening right now is really awful to those people who live there. And I went out and I looked at it and I saw what they were facing, and it's just not right. So I do hope you'll reconsider it. Thank you.
Any final thoughts, Councilmember Truby?
I just want to echo what Mayor Pro Tem said. Thank you.
Call for a vote, please. Oh, one more. No, okay, right, perfect, thank you.
Motion passes 3-1 with Mayor Quintanilla voting no and Councilmember Nastandi recused.
Item 14B. Oh, can we please have a Councilmember Nastandi return? Okay, item 14B, the proposal for a farmer's market on El Paseo.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Thomas Soul, your Public Affairs Manager, and you have before you a staff report about a proposed farmers market on El Paseo. In May, the city received an informal proposal for a farmers market on El Paseo that would be held October through May on Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on El Paseo between Lupin Lane and Sage Lane. One of the things that caught our attention with this proposal was the fact that the proposed market would require the complete closure of El Paseo on that one block every Saturday through the high season from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And this caught our attention because historically closing the street has been problematic for the merchants in the district. So we knew that this would be an issue that the city would need to address. In order to be proactive about that, we met with the vendor who proposed this in June and discussed different alternative locations, different times that could be possible. And in that meeting, the vendor remained committed to her vision of having it on the street on that particular day for that time frame. So we knew we'd have to do some outreach to the district to find out what they felt in order for council to have the best possible information to make the decision. So with that in mind, we invited the vendor to address the El Paseo board, which she did, and they had a robust discussion about it. We also conducted a survey of the merchants, and we created this online. We released the link to that through the private Facebook page that the merchants have. We included it in the newsletter that goes to the merchants. And then also in July, staff went door to door on El Paseo through the entire district to meet with every business that was open that we could talk to invite them to take this survey so that they could share their thoughts with council. In terms of feedback, the board feedback was generally positive about the idea of having a market. They were pretty supportive of the energy that would bring to the street and the atmosphere, but they were unanimously opposed to closing the street, especially on Saturdays. They expressed that Saturday is the busiest day of the week for them. These particular Saturdays are the busiest season of the year for them, and this is when they make the most money. So they had a lot of reservations about that date. We found very similar feedback from the merchants in the survey and anecdotally as we went around to talk to them. Generally, there was support for a weekly market in the area. 56% of the respondents were positive on that idea, but also opposed to closing the street. And 57% of them expressed that they were not in favor of closing the street. There are alternatives to this proposal, which would include alternate locations. Some of the locations that have been raised include the parking lot at the Shops of Palm Desert, Civic Center Park, El Paseo side streets or parking lots. There's some areas in North Palm Desert, and also alternative days. For example, Sunday or Wednesday, those 2 days were mentioned in our discussions with the merchants. But based on the proposal that's in front of you for this specific date, the days, Saturdays, and that particular location, staff is recommending that we reject the proposal based on the opposition that we received from the merchants. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
We have well, thank you so much. We have one public comment from Brian Lee Boyce.
Good evening. I'm going to read the contents of the letter.
One second, we want to be sure that your timer is
Oh,
started.
sorry.
No worries. Just want to keep it equal. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to read the letter that was submitted in reference to this proposal that we submitted yesterday by email. I represent Skidmore Contemporary Gallery. Skidmore Contemporary Art. I'm the gallery assistant director. We are located on El Paseo between Sage and Ocotillo. Saturday is very busy. There's barely enough parking as it is, but I'll move on to the letter. To the mayor and city council of Palm Desert. This letter is written in support of the city of Palm Desert staff recommendation to reject the proposal for an El Paseo farmers market submitted by the Palm Desert Certified Farmers Market. While a farmers market will benefit from being on El Paseo, the high rent paying El Paseo merchants will suffer financially from its presence. As the board has pointed out, Saturday mornings are peak hours for foot traffic, shopping, beauty services, and parking. Closing the street would create traffic and parking headaches that will drive away our well-heeled clientele who love the ease with which they're able to shop on the street, buy art, fashion, jewelry, design, and enjoy luxury services, and dine at our prestigious restaurants. The El Paseo merchants will lose business. After paying high rents year-round and during summers of almost no foot traffic, the idea of closing the street to sell produce, food, and artisanal products available at the organization's other 3 farmers markets in the vicinity is unconscionable. Within a quarter of a mile, there is already a farmers market at the College of the Desert on Saturdays and Sundays. Please reject this ill-fitting and inadvisable proposal.
Thank you. We have one additional speaker, Christina Green.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christiana Green, and I am the applicant for the El Paseo Certified Farmers Market. I want to begin by thanking the city for conducting a survey on the El Paseo merchants. I was pleased to see that the majority of tenants on El Paseo are in favor of the world-class farmers market that can bring together both the community and tourists in this wonderful shopping district. I know of several businesses that were not surveyed on that particular block that would have also been in favor of this amazing market opening. The benefits of hosting a farmers market on El Paseo greatly outweigh the concerns that have been raised, and I would like to take a moment to address a few of those concerns directly. To the people opposing the market, please just give us a chance to prove it is a worthy event deserving of your support. First, regarding concerns about trash and cleanliness, rest assured that we will have dedicated staff on hand to manage all waste and ensure that the area remains clean and tidy. The porta restrooms, which we will provide, which are of the nicest caliber, will be well maintained, and all trash will be promptly removed at the end of each market. Some have questioned whether a farmer's market belongs in a luxury shopping district like El Paseo. To this, I say that a farmer's market is an incubation platform for small businesses to grow and eventually become brick and mortar stores. For example, 4 of our previous vendors at our markets now own and operate brick and mortar stores on El Paseo. These businesses might have never had the opportunity to establish themselves if they had not been able to build their clientele or brand at the farmer's market. Those businesses include Hood and Folk Dog Shop, It Refills, a sustainable lifestyle company, Structured Threads, who's opening Sageburg and Song on the same block soon. The Perfect Pint Ice Cream, and also the La Dulce Gelateria. Also, Canyon Creek Mushrooms in Palm Desert is the only certified gourmet mushroom farmer in the Coachella Valley and became a brick and mortar in the city of Palm Desert a few years ago after being at the local farmers market. This is basically a growth opportunity for every business that needs a chance to start. There were also concerns that the demographics of a farmer's market may not align with the desired shopper profile of El Paseo. However, the customers who frequent our farmers markets have a high disposable income and come from many of the upscale country clubs and neighboring and high-end neighborhoods surrounding the area. Hosting a farmer's market gives people a recurring reason to visit El Paseo every Saturday, creating opportunities to turn each one of those visitors into potential clients for every tenant on El Paseo. We plan to have an aesthetically beautiful market with curated handmade artisan goods, locally chef-prepared foods to go, and farm-fresh certified produce from within a 100-mile radius. We will take steps to make sure the market fits the environment of El Paseo by requiring that all vendors have matching white tents, matching tablecloths, and a very strict dress code. Without a doubt, this could be a world-class farmers market that everyone will be proud to be a part
Thank you
of.
very much. Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you. Cut everyone off at 3. Are there any other speakers online? Okay. Questions for staff after that? Comments?
Comment?
Yeah.
I think the farmer's market, it's a good idea. Farmer's market is important to our city. And I do agree with, everything you said of the things it can do. But the risk of taking a Saturday when it's the busiest time for our other merchants, it's too big of a risk in my opinion. I could support a Sunday morning perhaps, or a different location as proposed. But in my opinion, it's too great of a risk to have it on a Saturday morning on El Paseo.
Councilmember Trubey.
Okay, this is actually a issue and a subject I've followed pretty closely the last year and a half. I feel about as strongly as this as I do about the library. I love farmers market. I love what Christiana does. I have a great deal of faith in her, actually. I think she's got an incredible passion and vision for it. She's been successful everywhere she goes. And there's not exactly lines of people beating down the door to run a farmer's market in our city, unfortunately. She's the only one. The not-for-profit has already gone and come and gone. It failed, right? They're pulled up stakes, right, Tom? I believe the not-for-profit is no longer operating on Sundays here in Palm Desert. If you've ever been to the La Quinta Farmers Market that Christiana runs, it's bustling, draws about 3,000 people a week. Our market on Wednesdays is drawing about 500. Now, with all that being said, it is awfully difficult to buck the sentiment of El Paseo business owners. And I hate to think that this is going to be the end of the conversation. I wish there was some middle ground we could find, but again, I know Christiana's passionate. She has a vision. I do believe it would succeed. I wish we could do like a 90-day trial run to let the merchants, I wish we could, let the merchants see how it goes. I believe it would actually complement what they do. Maybe at another location, El Paseo, whatever, without blocking traffic or whatever. But I've got a pretty strong feeling that Christiana won't go for any of those compromises, unfortunately. So like I said, we may just lose this farmer's market overall. And I don't blame either side. Christiana has a strong vision. She's excellent at what she does. Our general plan even advocates on page 78 and 83 that we support healthy eating habits and farmers markets specifically. But here we stand, and we may be at an impasse. I'm really, really sorry to see this happen if indeed we do lose our farmers market in Palm Desert. So there you have it. Thank you.
Additional comments? Yes, Councilmember Kelly.
Well, let's be optimistic. I think there was a desire to bring this to council to see if the first choice might be approved. But I share the sentiments expressed that we cannot approve this over the opposition of the affected merchants. So I believe we do have to accept staff's recommendation and hope that that will lead to further discussions about the many alternatives that are on the table. That's my motion.
I will second the motion.
You have comments, that Mayor Pro Tem? Yep.
So at this point, we would go back to the drawing board and a new proposal would have to be submitted for a different location, different.
Yes, I don't think we should try to have that conversation with the applicant here.
Understood.
Staff needs to work with the applicant to look at all of the alternatives, their pluses and their minuses, and which might work.
My inclination is that in remembering how many people were here and their strong favor or opposition to the Lupin Plaza, I think that we got a lot of emails in support. We also got a lot of emails in opposition. And as we try to navigate what merchants want, so yeah, we would like to see it. But do we want this to be the location and the time? That's a big consideration. I've been to the market. I love the mushrooms guy. That he's great. It's awesome. We're glad that they're here. But I think that there is a lot that needs to be further explored. So I think that our staff has done a great job in the outreach. I think we learned from the Lupin Plaza and doing very thorough surveys and presenting those results. So I think that that is what we must respect, that it is we're looking at it as it stands right now. We'll look at the future as the future comes about, but I think that we're ready for a vote. We have a first and a second. Did it take my?
Motion passes 4 to, I'm
Mine's
sorry.
not doing it. I'm pressing the button. I meant to say yes as well.
Let me do the roll call vote.
Yes, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Nastandi,
Oh, I said yes for Councilmember. I'll say yes for her and for me. We're both yeses.
Councilmember Truby,
Yes.
and Mayor Quintanilla.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so now we are on to item C, adopt the updated Mills Act Program Application Manual.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Carlos Flores again, Principal Planner, here to present on City staff's proposed update to the Mills Act Manual. So we'll run through the background. Staff has presented this a few times, but Mills Act, for anyone needing a refresher, legislation passed in 1972. It gives local governments authority to enter contracts with owners who have qualified historic properties, who actively participate in the restoration and maintenance of their properties. Local governments are allowed to establish their own criteria and determine how many contracts they will allow in their jurisdiction. A critical part of these Mills Act contracts are the 10-year property improvement plan, which details proposed projects by year and by costs. Appendix A of the Mills Act manual, which you'll hear me refer to throughout this, that is the guide on what is or is not qualifying. So we initially have worked on this all throughout 2024. We are seeking today approval on the updated Mills Act manual after multiple times going to our Cultural Resources Preservation Committee, coming in front of you, as well as doing outreach to Mills Act contract owners. The big update is updating Appendix A for us to categorize improvements as either contributing to structure integrity, architectural or historical integrity, or deeming something ineligible. The biggest reason for this change in this update is to provide city staff clarity and allow to streamline Mills Act contracts and also give applicants clarity as well as understanding what is or is not eligible and under what reasons. We first brought this forward to our CRPC back in January. They provided feedback to us, but recommended City Council approval of it. We received additional feedback in March from an existing property owner, a Mills Act contract owner. That property owner said that there should be no changes. There was a dispute on them thinking, opining, that interior improvements should be deemed eligible. Back in April, we, at a study session, brought this forward to City Council to get feedback on the proposed updates. City staff was directed to conduct additional outreach to existing Mills Act contract owners, as well as people who spoke at the meeting. So we did reach out to all of the applicants, existing applicants of Mills Act contracts, as well as the Sandpiper HOA representative. Through that feedback, we revised Appendix A. There was some conversation about HOA fees and which ones should or should not be eligible. And so we updated the Appendix A to include that language. Back in June, so we brought back, again, recommended approval. There were some revisions from our CRPC. They recommended revising the eligibility of water heaters, changing the language for contributing landscape and hardscape, and that the repair of swimming pools should be deemed eligible. So here, which is within your packet, is the updated Appendix A. So again, the idea is to streamline these contracts as they come in to be able to go through applicants' property improvement plans and determine what is or isn't eligible. I did want to note there is a mistake which would, if approved, would be corrected on line item 40, electrical panel upgrade. The version in your packet and you see here indicates that this would be ineligible, but in fact, the one that CRPC recommended approval of and staff recommended is for electrical panel upgrades to be eligible if it is contributing to the structural integrity. So that's again, number 40, electrical panel upgrade, that would be need to be corrected. Here is the last page of it, that highlighted note. Again, that was after conversations with the HOA from Sandpiper as well as the Mills Act contract. They wanted to indicate that if they are paying HOA fees, for example, for a district, and those fees are for a scope of work that is eligible, it's contributing landscape, for example, that those fees should be deemed eligible for the Mills Act contract.
Could you go back? Should there be a check mark on 56?
Oh, so that is, apologize for the break. It is, if you see 53, 54, 55, it's one block on X.
Got it.
And so it's actually, it is being deemed eligible. So the recommendation today from city staff is to approve of the proposed updated manual. So we have, incorporated feedback again from our CRPC residents as well as the city council at multiple meetings and incorporated that into this. Other revisions done to the manual were outdated references within, as well as an updated contract that is within the manual. Did want to note, so the manual itself would be used for applications starting in 2024, as well as any renewals on the property improvement plans. It would not be used retroactively for existing Mills Act contracts that are already signed and recorded. It's not meant to retroactively go back and look through all of those improvement plans. It's only for those moving forward, again, with the idea to be more in line with the state and to streamline the process for staff and the applicant. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
You said that if somebody comes today and should this pass, they comes today, hand it in, it would be under the new ones. someone that had one from 2021, if they came in asking for something else or revisions, that would be subject to the new process, right? So as long as they don't make changes, they're okay?
Correct. If they're looking to renew, correct.
Questions, comments, please? Oh, any question or comments online? Thank you. Please.
Is a rationale for excluding internal work that it's not visible to the community and therefore has no community value?
Somewhat, yes. The intent behind designations to begin with and historic preservation to begin with is that there are certain properties that provide a public benefit or a community benefit. And the way the public and community benefits from it is from the exterior and not from the interior.
I have a thought about that. Should I share that now?
Please, please.
Okay. I've been reflecting on this a lot since it first came before us. Starting with the memory that when the home on Mountain View was donated to the city, I recall clearly how excited the council was upon seeing the pictures and seeing that the interior was still in excellent condition and true to the period of the house. That reaction conveys some sense of value. Since that time, I've noted this. The Historical Society initially offered one tour as a part of Modernism Week. It was immensely successful. And so this coming year, they'll have 3 tours on 2 separate days. These tours are selling out quickly. They're bringing people who come to the area for Modernism Week to Palm Desert. They're raising the profile of Palm Desert. The Historical Society is hungry for homes to include on that tour, which can have an interior aspect as part of the tour. They're hungry for homes that have a architecturally and historically accurate interior. So that experience tells me that it does have a public benefit if it's beneficial to the Historical Society in creating tours that enhance our tourism and enhance the prominence of Desert. That tells me it has a public benefit. So I see the overall goal of this project as simplifying work for staff and applicants. And I'm not sure excluding everything interior helps get us there with a view towards the big picture.
Well,
So
one thing, if I may add, which because what you bring up is a good point, and our CRPC had not something similar to that, but conversations with us about unique, unique homes or unique circumstances. So one thing I did want to add and to note is during the time a home is designated, right, or a property is designated or a district is designated, it is important and imperative in that time for the designation process to highlight the reasons it is a historic landmark. And those reasons very well could be the interior, or conversations again with CRPC dealt with landscaping. Is what if there's a certain garden of some sort that is, a contributing factor to that. So I say all that to say where if there are landmark designations and throughout the designation process, it's noted that it's the interior is important or a component is important, that takes precedent. There's still discretion allowed within, within the manual and within reviewing Mills Act contracts to say, this is a unique circumstance where this component here, this is important to upkeep and to repair. And so you are allowed to do that.
But I thought the whole mission here was to reduce the necessity for staff to make discretionary decisions.
It is for the Mills Act, sorry, so it is for the Mills Act contract review, but not necessarily the landmark designation review, which happens before we get to the Mills Act contract. So what I'm speaking of is when it's going through the designation process, which goes through city staff and then CRPC and then ultimately through council. If throughout that, the applicants, stating this portion, this is a contributing factor, that's noted throughout and it carries forward throughout it.
So if the interior is a contributing factor to the landmark designation, could the Mills Act contract then allow for maintenance of the interior?
Yes, we could. We could still do that throughout.
Well, I think that needs to be clear in all of this. Because right now, the perception of people looking at it is that that's not possible.
Other questions, comments? I think that I thought that did include that things that were like safety or structure. Wouldn't that kind of be the same thing? Wouldn't that qualify under that component? Like the modifications or internal maintenance? I think that's what I understood that you were saying. And just please clarify.
Two different questions. That's an important question. This is a different question. If the landmark designation is in part based upon the historic significance of the interior, then these guidelines should allow for preserving that interior.
Understood. It is rare and more unique for those circumstances for something to be designated for the interior. Again, it's because typically through landmark designations, it's for a public benefit. So it is very unique, and that's why it's not been included as the standard for Mills Act contracts. But if there is a circumstance or there is a property where all the way from, meeting the state guidelines and meeting city and CRPC and council does agree that this property here does have that as a contributing, then I could see that internally it could be allowed to be part of the Mills Act. But again, that's a rare and unique circumstance that we didn't want, we want to make this for 95%.
Well, I can certainly conceive of it being more frequent than you've just described. Stone fireplaces, for example, certain kinds of beams or interior architecture. But I want to hear my colleagues' perceptions.
Mine was simple. What you're saying is there are certain times that they may be rare that there should be those exceptions allowed. Then let's put something in there then that speaks to that.
And we attempted to put in the Appendix A language to that effect, that there's still discretion from the director on unique circumstances. Or again, our hope is that from designation throughout, that it's made clear what is or is not contributing.
And I will say this has been a bear, and the staff has wrestled with that bear. But if we're saying that the interior is subject to this, then we need to state that in this in this matrix, I think. Somehow.
I thought we did go through that the last time because we were looking at things like that weren't original, like having smoke alarms and smoke detectors. And I think we had addressed some of the issues. So I guess I'm not looking back at it. But overall, I can't see anything, again, fine tooth comb, because the intent of this, yes, there will be exceptions to everything. Yes, somebody could come and appeal and say, this was denied for this particular reason. I would like to have it reconsidered. But when I was on the Cultural Preservation Committee, man, the packets were so thick. And staff had to comb through and say, this page, okay, what? Okay, I'm gonna check for this and check for that. And this is to make it streamlined. And I think it also benefits the applicant to have a clear view of the documentation that they would need in order to justify it. I think that we absolutely want to include people and come and see the unique homes, like the Wave House and the Owl House. Very cool, very cool. But I think that part of it, if we're going to allow these things to consider and be continuous, I think there should be small exceptions, but I think everything is good as it stands.
Maybe I can suggest a small change that will address my concern. On number 7, it checks as eligible carpentry restoration work. And what I'm envisioning, and this is under interior, what I'm envisioning is there could be forms of restoration work apart from carpentry, could be masonry of a historic stone fireplace. So would it be possible to simply say restoration work consistent with the landmark designation?
That works for me.
Yes.
Great.
Is that a motion?
I'd like to move that with that suggested change.
I'll second the motion.
Is it working this time? I
I
swear.
just
it's
need
not.
you to lock it.
I would press.
There you go.
Okay, now it did. I was pressing and pressing. Thank
Motion
you.
passes 5-0.
Okay, moving on to item 14B. It's over here. 14D, consideration of a sponsorship request for the Tour de Palm Springs of the Coachella Valley.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Amy Lawrence, Deputy Director of Economic Development. The request before you is a sponsorship to support a second start location in the Palm Desert Civic Center Park for the 27th Annual Tour de Palm Springs in the Coachella Valley, scheduled for February 9th, 2025. The event's typical attendance is between 5,000 and 10,000 cyclists in Palm Springs, and the organizers estimate that roughly 85% of those cyclists would use the Civic Center Park as either a start, finish, or a SAG location. With the amount of people anticipated in this first year, the production would require significant traffic control and public safety measures. So to help with these costs, the organizers requesting $30,000 for a sponsorship for police services, traffic control development, equipment and setup, as well as a waiver of associated permit fees in the amount of $800. Included with the staff report was the 2024 Events Economic Impact Report, which reflected that 18% of the respondents reported overnight stays in Palm Desert. That was when the event was held in Palm Springs. So with the starting and ending location in Palm Desert, that number of overnight stays could very well increase. And lastly, we did learn that the reason that the organizers were unable to submit by the deadline was because they needed to run the second start location in Palm Desert by their board, which they were not able to do that by the April 30th deadline. And so with that, I'm available for questions, and we do have the CV Spin representatives here as well.
Do we have any comments online? Okay, I see a comment. Thank you, Mr. Esser.
Good evening, council. My name's Tim Messer. I'm a founder and a full-time volunteer for 27 years with the Tour de Palm Springs and Coachella Valley. And our event is coming up in February. It's going to be the 27th annual. Being part of the Coachella Valley for, again, 27 years, we're growing and looking to expand our overflow start locating to Palm Desert to continue our mission on donating to local nonprofit organizations throughout the Coachella Valley. Our event brings in, believe it or not, we have 2,500 volunteers that volunteer every year on this throughout the Coachella Valley with up to 10,000 cyclists, and 25 to 30,000 spectators come in annually. We're requesting a sponsorship, as earlier mentioned, and at this point, really, I'd like to take this over to our executive director, Cody Shelton, if he can go ahead and.
We need a separate speaker card, Mr. Clerk. Thank you. Just want to be sure you got your time. If you
Absolutely. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us here today. And again, like Tim said, we've been around for 27 years now, coming up on it. And the reason that we're requesting the funding is we are growing, and it's traditionally been held in the city of Palm Springs for our start. And we're looking to have that additional overflow start for this upcoming year as we're continuing to expand and grow. And then we're also looking to, as Tim said, it's a nonprofit group. So we donate throughout the entire Coachella Valley. So the more cities that we get a part of as well, the more that we get to give out to all the cities throughout the Coachella Valley. This last year alone, just in the city of Palm Desert, we donated to over 16 groups that were located in Palm Desert. And it was almost $150,000 that we donated to those groups. Some of our top ones are United Cerebral Palsy of the Inland Empire, Variety Children's Charity of the Desert, Young Life Desert Cities, and then also Palm Desert Swim Club and Palm Desert High School. We donated about $17,000 to the swim club and a little over $4,000 to the high school California Cadet Corps. So thank you for your time and consideration, and we're here to answer any questions you guys might have.
Thank you. Any questions?
Just a quick question. How much does the city of Palm Springs donate?
Last year we requested 65,000 and we were awarded 65,000. This year we've requested 100,000, and we'll know around September to October is typically when we're known what we're awarded for the year.
Other questions from our avid cyclists?
I'll get the whole time. So, okay, I'm going to preface this by saying I'm not exactly an unbiased participant here because I've known Tim for about 25 years. In fact, I helped him with the original few events, organizing them. Couple questions. You've proposed starting in Palm Desert in previous years. I believe that, the idea has been broached and moving the entire event, right? That didn't pan out. Is this the first time you've had board? But at this point now you have board approval. So you've got a green light. There's no roadblocks. There's no hangups on having the second start. In other words, it's going to happen. I was assuming you get permit approval, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct. The problem we're having is, it's a good problem, it's growth. And we can only allow so many people out at the start line. And being that we're expanding extremely rapidly, we hope to have up to, and this is at the rate we're going, we'll probably 8,000-9,000 cyclists this year. And so, the second start is great. And we're set up to do 10,000, with the two starts. So we have full board approval, absolutely.
And I think I saw in the report, staff report, that you made mention that whether or not we provide funding, you're going to start in Palm Desert or have a second start in Palm Desert rather. Is that Is that right? The plan is to go ahead regardless?
No.
Oh, sorry. I guess I
Yes.
misread that. Beg your pardon. Don't want to
Yeah,
put words
no,
in
so
your-
that's, yeah, if we don't get the funding, unfortunately, we don't know if we'll have the funds ourselves to have that additional second start. We would look to continue and have a SAG stop location. Normally, it's been at Lowe's on Monterey. So we would look to use the Civic Center as our SAG location if we aren't awarded the funding, unfortunately. But yeah, we wouldn't have the funds to do the actual second start if we don't get those funds.
Okay. I think that was my misunderstanding. You're going to have a SAG stop here regardless.
Yes, that is correct.
Got it. Good. I can say I'm an admirer. I'm really impressed and amazed by Tim's work over all these years. He's donated at this point what totals to be probably millions of dollars.
It's a little over 4.5 million now.
Yep. And you didn't have to do that. You could have easily made this a for-profit event, like a lot of other events around the country. So I'm really impressed and amazed by Tim Messer's work all these years. So kudos to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll pass that to the volunteers who really deserve that, but thank you. I think we're just being called. This is what we're called to do. Thank you.
Question, I'm trying to understand. You have your budget and it says your bank balance currently, and I don't see any number in there.
I don't believe we submitted our current bank balance. The profit loss, we didn't submit any of that. Currently, I can get that back over to all of you at the earliest convenience as well, but I don't believe I submitted that into Amy at that time.
Well, it says bank balance currently 030624. I'm not sure what that means, but it's blank next to it.
Is that on the Excel spreadsheet? Is that what it was?
Doesn't look like an Excel spreadsheet to me, but perhaps it is.
It was probably the Excel. Yeah, I'm not too sure.
Budget 2024.
That was just for the budget 2024. So I think that's what I submitted to Amy today as far as our donations from 2023, 24.
This was included as part of your community event sponsorship packet.
Did I not submit that on there then? Our bank balance currently is a little over $240,000 right now.
Any other questions or comments? My thought, oh, sorry. Right. My thought on this as we've seen it grow, we've also seen the age and ability range of people that participate. We've seen, unfortunately, that we have some of the ghost bikes that have had to be put up. I love the idea of having another start here, whether it's people that want to make a shorter route or, people that may just want to go around the park and feel that they're in a more protected space. I think that you've grown to the part that you need it. And we need to be sure that we see the benefit that you've provided and supported so many organizations, like our high school sports teams, that people assume that all the sports get a lot of money. They don't. So thank you for stepping up and helping support the community and giving back. And of course, to the volunteers that do the, dare I put in the pun, the legwork.
I do have a question. So 30,000 would be close to half of what Palm Springs contributed last year. They, of course, get a huge promotion from it being the tour to Palm Springs. So if we were to approve this at the substantial level of $30,000, have there been discussions about how Palm Desert could be featured so as to warrant that investment?
Yeah, so we did talk with Amy about it, and we would go ahead and put the city of Palm Desert on our website to advertise it as well and have a link to the hospitality groups such as the hotels and everything for people to book to have stays there as well. And I believe that's pretty much what we talked about, right?
Yes.
Social media posts as well, stuff like that.
It would be a sponsorship package. So essentially we would be featured on the website and people would be, links for stay, where to stay in Palm Desert. And so that was the extent of what we discussed. However, if city council has any other ideas, please feel free.
I would like to know more because quite honestly, we have a little history and a little bit of a sore spot from what happened last time. So I'd like to know more what's in it for Palm Desert before we give Palm Desert money.
Sure. And I remember I think the sore spot was that we wanted to change the name to Tour de Palm Desert. And I believe that was the issue. And we
Wanted to move it here for us to pay for it all and call it Tour de Palm Springs.
Well, we were going to call it Tour de Palm Springs and Palm Desert. And I,
Well, I just wanted, but, so that's the history. So that's why I want to be assured that there is something in it for Palm Desert today.
Absolutely, and I don't blame you for that. So what we wanted to do is, we changed the name last year, 2 years ago, to Tour de Palm Springs and Coachella Valley, because we want all the cities to participate in some manner. Because a lot of these volunteer groups, a lot of these nonprofits come from all over the valley. So we did not want to give everything just to Palm Springs because it's now a valley-wide event. So with Palm Desert, as was mentioned earlier, you'll be the second start, and that will be posted on the internet, a second start overflow start on the first year. That link, there's 85% of these people do come from out of town, and the whole idea is to get them to link over to Palm Desert. We want you guys to flourish with this event. We want these hotels sold out. We want these restaurants visited, fill up at the gas stations, you know how that all works. And so I think just with the exposure that we have on our website and our social media, I think Palm Desert will flourish greatly on this as our second start.
I'd like to kind of have something more in stone. I'd like to know what we're getting kind of rather than, it's a little bit broad brush right now. And I would like specific and I would like details. It is $30,000. So, if we
Yes.
can put that together and.
Yeah, so with that, I think we put in the report as well that you guys have in front of you. Again, I think it's 85% of our riders roughly. So we sent out our survey last year to a little over 5,100 riders that came out and participated, and we got a little over 900 submitted them back. So it gave us a good view of what everybody was doing. And I believe we gave you the economic impact report as far as it resulted with the city of Palm Desert. And we also did one for the city of Palm Springs as well. So with the addition of the second start, again, anything overflow for this first year would now start in the city of Palm Desert. And again, the rides for it start from the 7-miler. 7-miler actually won't be in the city of Palm Desert the first year. We would look for the second year, but the 24 and the 36, and then up to our 50, the 85, and then the 102-miler would be having a start time here. And the start times will be as early as 6 a.m. So rather than people staying in Palm Springs and having to drive out here, people will stay in Palm Desert again. So it'll create a little bit more for the hotels, for the food as well, the families. We're already in talks with the shops at Palm Desert as well. I've got a meeting with them coming up again, but about how do we incorporate getting the families of the riders that aren't riding, participating and going and doing something fun at the shops there as well. So I think that's how we can continue showing with the economic impact report next year the difference from what we had this last year and then the growth that we see from it for the 2025 event.
Okay, and thank you. And I saw that you were doing the longer rides were coming, starting from Palm Desert. So
yeah, and the ones from Palm Springs too. So again, the start here at Palm Desert, it'll still be a SAG stop as well. So we'll have the start times here, but the people that start in Palm Springs as well, those 102-milers, the 85s, the 56, all of those from Palm Springs will come and they'll stop here in Palm Desert at the Civic Center as well. So you'll get all of that traffic coming in. And that's where we're looking at hopefully having vendors setting up there, working with, I know I talked to Amy about it, seeing if we can get some local vendors that want to set up shop there for maybe this first year and then growing it the second year as well.
And If you had to give a little guesstimate, what would you anticipate the starting numbers from Palm Desert this year?
That's a tricky one, yeah.
You don't want to sound like,
It's going to depend on the categories that each registers through. So again, anything over 5,000 in Palm Springs is deemed that we have to have as an overflow start, and that's why we're looking at an additional city. Yeah, it's really hard to say. It'll depend on the category because obviously we can't have the 7-milers coming over here. We would adjust the times there. So it's tough to say. It could be 500, it could be a couple thousand that start here this first year, but next year we would look to transition it from not being an overflow start to being an official second start. So we would have the Palm Desert start and the Palm Springs start.
So we could have a guaranteed number that way.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
How much have you received from other cities beyond Palm Springs? That's the historic start. And this being your mid stop, have other cities that benefit from people coming to stay and whatnot? Or have you asked other cities for money?
So we've asked for in-kind sponsorship. City of DHS typically covered all of our expenses as far as road closures, law enforcement, traffic control plans, all of that they covered for us. And same with the City of Indio and the City of Coachella as well.
Okay, so that's right, Indio and Coachella. Any additional questions, comments? Okay, please.
Okay, so just to understand, the first year, sorry, Palm Desert gets overflow, which may be zero. I mean, potentially it could be no riders start in Palm Desert because you haven't hit the 5,000 number in Palm Springs. It's a possibility.
In theory, it's possible.
All
So
right.
right now we're at 1,000 riders already registered, and we normally aren't at that until we get to end of November. So we're way ahead. Projections are we're going to hit 8,500 to 9,500 riders this year.
Okay. Do you have a deadline? I mean, I like Jan's idea of at least having something a little more fleshed out on what we're getting for what we would be getting for our $30,000. In other words, how prominently will we be featured on the flyers and website and social media? You know, if you could just draw us up something, I'd prefer to see that rather than just giving 30,000 and hoping we get some riders here.
I could work with Amy on that and see, again, put something together to get back to all of you as
A
far
little
as
concrete that we could look at. I think Jan, that was a valid concern from Jan. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a quick question? Do you have sponsorship levels on your website where people can sponsor the event?
Yes,
Like
that's
a
correct.
presenting sponsor?
Yes, we do. Title sponsor, presenting sponsor, route sponsors, everything from that.
Okay, so what sort of perks do they get?
You know
they'll
what?
get-
I'm gonna suggest this needs to come back to us next month because this conversation needs to happen before we approve it, not in the middle of the meeting.
So, and I agree because I like the idea and I like the idea of growing it here because I think there's tremendous potential. So I would like to move to continue it to our very next meeting. So because it sounds like by what Amy has just said, a lot of this is already laid out on your website.
Yes.
So let's just put it on our next agenda.
Second.
And I've got one more comment.
Please.
I'm reluctant. I don't like the idea of approving grant sponsorships after the deadline. You know, it sets a bit of a bad precedent. So this would be an exception, to be sure. I would just hope if this is a big success and it all works out, we keep that April 30th deadline in mind moving forward. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, this kind of reminds me when I first started the tour, because we asked for money and they said, how can you guarantee the riders? And I said, I couldn't. But, you know, it took a little time to prove that and the city worked hard and I know the city of Palm Desert, I mean, the setting is perfect. The civic center is just beautiful. It's close to the shops. I mean,
Glad that you find this a great midpoint
Oh, yeah.
and as mentioned, you couldn't apply on the timeline because you're bored, et cetera. But I think that this dialogue of questions has empowered you with more of what we would want to know ahead of time. So I think we have a motion, we have a second, and the motion was to postpone.
Mhm. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
thank you very much.
Truby? Councilmember Truby? Motion passes 5-0.
Item E, establish the Palm Desert City Foundation, a 501c3 nonprofit public benefit corporation, determine board structure, and approve draft documents.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Shannon Vonnegut, Assistant Director of Library Services. So today we'll be talking about establishing the Library Foundation. So you might remember in March, we came and brought a study session review of the possibilities that we could do with a foundation. The direction was to proceed with looking into this further, and that's what we're bringing back today. So today we're going to bring some considerations for what the board could look like. So at this time, we're looking at a foundation that would be focused with the majority of the focus will be on fundraising for the library. Later, the scope can expand to include fundraising for other projects or other capital needs. One of the main components will be forming a 501c3, which will enable a tax deductible donation status and improving grant opportunities. So the 501c3 composition, we looked at some of our neighboring libraries, particularly Rancho Mirage and Palm Springs. So Rancho Mirage currently has a board consisting of 9 members, and 8 of those members are from the public and 1 member is the mayor. The city of Palm Springs has a 19-member board with 4 executive committee members and 15 members at large. What we would like to propose is a structure of 5 members of the public with 2 alternates, all appointed by the city council. We are looking at a smaller committee just to get started since this is something new for the city of Palm Desert. So we thought 5 was an optimal number to get this off the ground and kind of see what it's going to operate like and how it'll function. 2 members of the city council will serve as liaisons to that board. This will provide enough separation between the city and the foundation. And of course, it will be subject to the Brown Act. And that is all. I'm available for questions.
Any questions, comments? Please.
Very curious tonight. Okay, so have you worked in previous positions and for previous libraries in previous cities where you have had a foundation like this set up?
I have not. Gary has. So the presentation was written by our director, Gary Schaefer, who wasn't able to make it tonight. And he has had a lot of experience with working with foundations, as well as Lauren Hancock, who is one of our managers. She's also had a lot of experience with working with foundations.
Okay, and maybe this is a question for staff. I've had this conversation with Todd individually, but I like to have it here in the open forum. My concern or question that arises is if this foundation, or when this foundation expands beyond the scope of library work, how do you keep that money from commingling? I mean, it seems like you have to be awfully careful.
We would do it just like we do with the art fund. We would earmark, I guess we would journal the earmarks if they're specifically donated for specific uses, and segregate library uses from other uses. So it's just a simple accounting issue.
Yeah, if I may, it's not unusual for foundations or charitable entities to receive designated contributions. So it's typical to account for separate pots of money.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what got us here, is trying to figure out how we're going to keep track. And I think we've learned from that. We're going to keep excellent track of this. And I think I don't think it'll be much of an issue.
As long as we don't start acting like the federal government and start borrowing Social Security money for other projects. Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item F, Third Amendment to the Second Revised and Restated Disposition and Development Agreement between the City of Palm Desert and Desert Wave Ventures LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll handle this in light of Mr. Sahab being out tonight. This agreement basically does two things. It allows Desert Wave Ventures to utilize a letter of credit, cash deposit in place of a bond to ensure that there's at least a $3 million security instrument for site remediation in case the development stalls. So the city remains in the same position of being made whole. So there's money there to remediate the site. The second thing it does is it establishes a $100,000 obligation from the developer to the city to repair Desert Willow Drive and Marketplace, which are the roads that are being used for construction right now. So those are the only two items that this accomplishes.
Move to approve.
Any questions or comments before we entertain the motion? And to reiterate, Mr. City Manager, that was, you said the $100,000 obligation. What was the second element?
It allows the developer to substitute a letter of credit or a cash deposit in lieu of a bond in order to ensure that there's a $3 million security instrument to restore the site if the development fails. So the city's in the same position in terms of being made whole should anything happen.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Motion passes 5-0.
And now the fun part, right? We're getting to the end. Now we move on to the public hearings. The public may comment on individual public hearing items within the 3-minute time limit. The applicant or appellant will be provided up to 5 minutes to make their presentation. Speakers may utilize one of the 3 options listed on the first page of the agenda. Item 15A is establishment of an annual lease rate for dining decks and licensing requirements for use in public right-of-way from outdoor dining decks. And this has been motioned or to be continued to a future date uncertain. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Moving on to item 15B. Resolution updating the fees for dog license recommendations. Public hearing open. Do we have any comments?
No public comments, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Who will bring the item forward?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Richard Canoni for the record, Director of Development Services. The item that we're presenting tonight is essentially a follow-up from the March 28th study session where we had recommended fee changes for dog licensing. We have not changed any of those fees from what we had presented at that point in time. Just to point, the fees, even though they are increasing, will still be one of the lowest, if not the lowest in most categories within the Coachella Valley, with the exception of Rancho Mirage that's still using the 1998 rates that we are moving away from. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, comments? Yes. Questions, comments, concerns? I stick to my concern that we still have yet to receive an updated fee schedule from the Director of Animal Services. And even if the rates haven't changed in a long time, I'm hesitant to assume that things will not change and have an increase of our fees overall that we would then worry about taking on and not passing on to our residents. While on the topic, I would like to see if there's a way to have the reimbursement for the medical care and registering and licensing and all of that. Can that be an online form? I don't think I know exactly how it is. And I've had people say if it's only available during business hours, it doesn't make it easy to use.
For the reimbursements, we did have the forms online. At one point, they had dropped off over the last week. Now that the item had passed on consent, we will be updating those forms. One of the things we talked about internally was possibly converting that to a Google's form, so that way folks don't have to download a PDF where they can then do it right from their phone, enter the information, and then take photos of whatever receipts they have. So it's just a lot more user friendly. And so those are things that we're looking at trying to implement.
That is amazing. That sounds great. I heard a click. Is that a question or just ready to push it on through? I'm glad to hear that there's the thought to streamline it and make it much more user friendly, the way that we're moving into a technologically friendly world. Okay, any comments that have come in? Okay, and let's have a vote, please.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion passes 5-0.
Public hearing is closed. Do we have any information items present or pending? Okay, we are adjourned at 8:31 PM. See you next time. Maybe we'll have to trade.